Hello everyone. I hope this message finds you fit and fine. My name is Shashank Tyagi. Welcome to our Lakshmikant series, Contests means we have to master Indian polity. Today we need to talk about Indian Parliament, one section from where you are going to find short questions in your exam. But devil is in detail here, and we have to tame the devil today. Let's start with the basics. Parliament. It is the legislative organ of Indian political system. When I say legislative organ, it means purpose is to make law. So it is based on Westminster model. So Westminster is a place in Britain where British Parliament is situated. Okay. In part 5, we talk about Parliament, means from Article 79 to 122, which are in part 5 of Indian Constitution, we find provisions with respect to Parliament. Now this is the structure of Parliament. It means Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha and President. Please keep in mind, President is part of Parliament, not member of any house which are considered as part of Parliament. Because when I say Parliament, what comes into your mind? There's a picture, okay, there's a room, big room, members of Parliament are sitting, they're debating, right? That's how your image, you are having image of Parliament, right? But here we are talking about Parliament as a concept, okay? Within this, you have 3 components. And why we have the structure? Purpose is, consider a particular bill is actually proposed in this house. Then it will go to other house for scrutiny, for debate, for addition, subtraction, right? If you want to add something, if you want to subtract something, then you have to give this bill back to the Lok Sabha so that they can also be on consensus. Okay? It means both the houses need to be on consensus on one format of the bill. Then it is presented before Honorable President, and when President signs, then this bill becomes an act. It means President is an essential component of lawmaking process. Clear? Now, as I told you, President is part but not member. Does not sit in the Parliament to attend its meetings. Okay? Now, Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. One set of question can be asked on names because UPSC has asked question on such facts as well. Rajya Sabha, the name is Rajya. Rajya means state. So this is also called as Council of States. And why it is called Council of States? Because members in Rajya Sabha are actually elected by the vote of MLAs of states. It means people like you and me, considering you are not a member of Parliament, you are like you're a student and preparing for civil service exam, right? So we do not vote in Rajya Sabha election. Who votes? State Legislative Assembly members, means MLAs. So it means if MLAs are sending representatives, choosing, this person is going to represent interest of our states at the level of Parliament. That is why, because representing the interest of state at the level of Parliament, that is why it is called Rajya Sabha, okay, or Council of States. Sabha means council, state means Rajya, right? Upper house, why upper house? Basically this concept is taken from British Parliament, right? They have House of Commons, lower house and then House of Lords. Purpose of this House of Lords and similar to the purpose of Rajya Sabha was that we are going to bring more experienced people as member in these houses, in this house. People who are not going to fight an ordinary election. Means they won't fight election in which people, means voters are going to vote. Means like people like you and me. But they are intellectual. They have concern for, betterment of India. And they may be having some political clout. So these people can be present in this Rajya Sabha and they can contribute in lawmaking process. And it is also called House of Elderlies. As I told you, more experienced people were actually becoming member in House of Lords in Britain. Do we have some fact which is actually proving this House of Adelaries? Yes. If you want to become member of Rajya Sabha, the minimum age required is 30 years. But if you want to become member of Lok Sabha, minimum age required is 25 years. So, senior members you are going to find in Rajya Sabha. Okay. Now, Lok Sabha. Lok means people. Sabha means a house, means a group. We can say council. But in this case, the word uses house of people. House of people. And why house of people? Because adult citizens of India who are registered in voting list, they actually vote for representative in their respective constituencies. It means the members of Lok Sabha are coming from direct election from the people, right? So it means that is why this is house of people, directly representing the interest of people of their area from which they fought the election and won this election. House of Representatives and lower house. This is upper house, this is lower house. House of Representatives, representatives of people. Now, if I ask, I'm making a statement and you have to tell me the statement is true or false immediately in comment box. Rajya Sabha is considered as first house, Lok Sabha is considered as second house. Statement is true or false? Statement is false. Because Lok Sabha is considered as first house and Rajya Sabha is considered as second house. You will say, sir, these are seniors and they are considered as second house. Yes. And what is the reason behind it? Reason is power of Lok Sabha with respect to some bills. Means in law making process, that is the prime objective of Parliament. In law making process, there are some bills in which Lok Sabha has more power than Rajya Sabha, and that is why it is considered as first house. Those bills can only be introduced in Lok Sabha. Which are those bills? What is the process? We are going to talk about it. Clear? Now, composition of two houses, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. So we need to understand composition, then election process, duration and term, qualification and disqualification of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. We are going to talk about them together. Okay? Now, composition. 250 is the maximum strength of Rajya Sabha. I am using the word maximum. Okay? But as of now, 229 seats in Rajya Sabha are represented by state. Means state legislative assembly members vote for the members who are going to become member of parliament in Rajya Sabha. Right? So this is for states. 4 seats are representing UTs. Now you will say, sir, all UTs? No. UTs of Delhi, Pondicherry, and now Jammu and Kashmir also. Although this composition is mentioned as such as of now, and there was an RTI which was filed recently before Election Commission as well. Ki, sir, as of now you are saying 4 members are going to be represented by UTs, and these UTs which are having MLAs. Means, for example, Delhi and Pondicherry, so these are union territories. And the traditional model of union territories, union is going to have control over this territory. But in case of Delhi and Pondicherry, this is not the complete case. Because people also elect their respective MLAs. They have legislature. So this power is divided, right? So they have some features of state. And that is why they are also given share, opportunity to participate in election of this Rajya Sabha member. They also have representation. So as of now, 233 are elected and 12 are nominated. It means no election is needed. You only need kripa of Honorable President. And to be precise, not just kripa of President. President is going to be given a list by Council of Ministers headed by Prime Minister. So please appoint these people as Rajya Sabha members. So President will nominate you. Okay? So 12 members nominated, right? I think this is clear. So as of now, the total strength is 245. Maximum is 250. But 5 seats are not being used. Now representation of state. How representation is ensured? So there are 3, you can say, major questions here. First is voting. who is going to vote in Rajya Sabha member election? As I told you, MLAs of these states in 2 UTs. Third is also added, Jammu and Kashmir. Seats. So seats are based on population. It means compare the population of Uttar Pradesh with Goa. Do you think Uttar Pradesh and Goa are going to have equal number of seats in Rajya Sabha? True or false? No, there's a difference. And why the difference? Because in Uttar Pradesh there's more population, so it is considered, since they are more populated, they need more representation in Rajya Sabha. Okay, so population is a criteria. Third, process. What is the process of election? Proportional representation and single transferable vote, like we discussed in case of president election and vice president election. I hope you remember. So this is the gist you can remember. Representative states are elected by the elected members of state legislative assemblies. As I told you, seats are allocated to the state basis of population. Okay? If I ask how seat allocation in the upper house of Indian Parliament is different from the upper house of US legislature, tell me, because in one of my previous video I told you this. Come on. There's a difference, and difference is every state in USA is allotted 2 seats. There's no criteria of population in US legislature, but we have population as the basis. Okay, so please remember these details, because sometimes UPSC asks question, make the statement comparative in nature. Okay. Elections are held with a system of proportional representation, single transfer vote. I explained you this in president election as well. Now representation of UTs, Delhi, Pondicherry, Jammu and Kashmir. So voting done by MLAs. But there's an interesting twist here. If UPSC make a statement, as mentioned in Constitution, in election for Rajya Sabha members, Delhi, Pondicherry or Jammu Kashmir name is yet to be added in Indian Constitution with respect to UTs. So consider they are going to use Jammu and Kashmir when it is added, are done by MLAs. My point is, our Constitution has not specifically mentioned this, that in UTs representation is going to be ensured by MLAs voting. There's a twist here. So what's the reality? Reality is this. Representative of each union territory in the Rajya Sabha are indirectly elected. Indirect election happens. In Rajya Sabha, there's no concept of direct election. Please keep in mind. Right? There's no concept of direct election, because when I say direct election, what does it mean? It means people like you and me are voting in Rajya Sabha. Right? There's concept of indirect election in Rajya Sabha because MLAs vote, not we people directly. Okay? Members of an electoral college specially constituted for the purpose. So this is mentioned. Right? And who are the part of special college, constituted for this purpose? MLAs. So practically MLAs are voting, but specifically word MLA was not mentioned. Okay? Elections are held with a system of proportional representation and single transfer vote, and seat allocation is done on population. That is why Delhi is having representation of 3 Rajya Sabha MPs, but when it comes to Puducherry, it is having only 1. Jammu Kashmir case is yet to be decided. When I'm making this video, as there's an update by government, I'm going to update this in my Telegram channel. You can reach out by Shashank Tyagi for you. You can just type. And if you have any doubt whatsoever from any section of Indian polity which you find there's tough, or some article in which you are struggling, you can shoot me a message on Telegram also. That is shashank.powerbeing, or you can search Shashank Tyagi for you. I can be reached on Instagram on this as well. Now, nominated members. The president can nominate 12 members and nominated members. Do you remember Sachin Tendulkar, Rajya Sabha MP? Also, Rekha, actor, Bollywood actress, Rajya Sabha MP. How these people become Rajya Sabha MP? They did not fought Rajya Sabha election. They were nominated. Right? And what are the bases? There are 4 bases: art, literature, science and social service. And if a statement is made, Sachin Tendulkar was nominated in Rajya Sabha in the category of sports persons, contribution is sports. Tell me that statement would be true or false? That would be false, because there is no such category of sports. It is art, literature, science and social service. He was appointed under category of social service, because when he used to play, then whole nation used to get united. That Sachin, right? So that is why you should remember these details. Now, duration and term of Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha is a permanent house. It is a continuing chamber. It means it is not dissolved. When I say dissolved, it means there will be no point where there is no member in Rajya Sabha. You would say, sir, what does it mean? Compare with Lok Sabha, na? In Lok Sabha, when general elections happen, so before that, these people were Lok Sabha member, and it may be possible that Lok Sabha is dissolved and now fresh elections are going to be held. So when Lok Sabha is dissolved, it means it is done. Now there is no person representing a particular constituency in Lok Sabha. Now election need to be happen, need to be there. Although election commission ensures that before completion of tenure, elections are held, right? But the point is, Lok Sabha can be dissolved. Dissolved means no member. But this is not the case of Rajya Sabha. It's a continuing chamber. So how it is ensured? It is ensured by this formula. 1/3 of its members retired every second year. What does it mean? Consider 20 plus 20 plus 20 equal to 60. Okay? So consider, we suppose that 60 is the total strength of Rajya Sabha. Okay? So we are just making this up to simplify things for you. Okay? So this is the total strength. Out of the total strength, 1/3 of its member retired every second year. So now 1/3 member. 1/3 is this. 1/3, right? 20 member. So now these 20 member need to retire every second year. So consider these are retired means in 2022. Okay? 1/3 will retire every second year, means now in the next second year, after 2 years, these are going to retire, and these are going to retire in say 2024, right? Now what about them? 2026, right? Now think of these members. So these came into house in 2022. So 23, 24, 24, 25, 26 means it's been 4 years. 22 to 26, it's been 4 years. Still, they are in Rajya Sabha. Now next election has to happen after 2 years. So now 2 more years are going to be used. So now these people whom we actually discussed as the first, now these people are in position for 6 years. Right or wrong? Yes. So it means there will be no point where all the members of the Rajya Sabha are means they are losing their membership at one point. Okay? This will not be a case that their term will complete, together. This difference has been created in completion of their term. Clear? Now why this formula, why this arrangement was made? So that there remains a permanent house. Means there should be no point in the history and the future of Indian political system when there is no house. Means there's no possibility that no house is there. There may be a possibility that we need to discuss some important issues. So there should be one house, right? So Rajya Sabha will be working. Rajya Sabha will be available. Okay? Now, I'm asking one more statement. Constitution specifically mentions Rajya Sabha members' tenure to be 6 years. Now tell me the statement is true or false. The statement is false. Because Constitution has not mentioned this 6-year term for Rajya Sabha member. Constitution has mentioned this arrangement, and this arrangement itself mean that a person got appointed, this elected in 2022 will remain till 2028, right? So UPSC will play on these words. Please remember, retiring members are eligible for re-election any number of time, and there is no foundation on age as well. You are 110 years of age and you have ambition to become Rajya Sabha member, congratulations, you can become. Okay. Constitution has not fixed the term of Rajya Sabha. As I told you, there can be a question. Constitution has not fixed. Is it mentioned somewhere? Yes, it is mentioned in a law made by Parliament, which Parliament made later. I'm talking about RPA, Representation of People Act 1951. This mentions that Rajya Sabha members shall be for 6 years. Okay? So mentioned in a law made by Parliament but not in Constitution. Clear? Now, qualification for the members should be citizen, 30 years of age, any such qualifications which are declared by the Parliament. And where Parliament declares such qualification? Representation of People Act. So he must be registered as an elector of a parliamentary constituency. Means if you want to become a Rajya Sabha member, you should actually at least be registered in a voting list in any constituency in India, right? And if you want to fight for a Rajya Sabha seat which is in reserved category, say SC and ST, then you must be actually registered as SC and SC in any of the constituency, any of the state. Means he must be a member of scheduled caste, scheduled tribe in any state UT if he wants to contest seat reserved for them. Okay. However, people of SC ST category can also contest from unreserved seat. Okay. For reserved seat, SC ST is going to fight. But if you want to fight, you need to be registered as SC and ST in any of the state or UT. Now, my question to you, and this question I am giving to you, you have to find the answer and let me know in comments. You know that there is difference in the SC list of many states. It means that a person may be registered as SC, may get a certificate that yes, this person belongs to scheduled caste. But if this person goes to another state, it may be possible that other state is not recognizing that person as a scheduled caste. If such differentiation happens, does it have some impact on Rajya Sabha election as well? Means if you are getting elected from representing UP from Rajya Sabha, UP in Rajya Sabha, so is it mandatory that you should have a certificate of that SC category which is recognized as SC category in UP? If you are having a SC category from say some other state, say Andhra Pradesh, but that category is not recognized as SC category in Uttar Pradesh, now tell me, can you still become a Rajya Sabha member representing UP? Or you need to fight for Rajya Sabha election from Andhra Pradesh? Interesting twist. Search about it and let me know in comments. Purpose of these kind of questions is to open your mind. If you develop this skill set in polity, there can be no question in exam which you cannot mark correctly or answer in a fluent manner at the mains level. Now, oath. Oath is given by President to all Rajya Sabha members. Now we need to talk about Lok Sabha, composition, election process, duration, qualification and disqualification. We need to talk together after this. Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha, only elected members are there. There's no nominated member case. Please remember it. Earlier there were 2 seats of Anglo-Indians in Lok Sabha, but now there's no mention of 2 seats because it was removed in 2020. Maximum 552, but as of now 530 are representing states, 13 UTs, it means total 543. Okay, and this Anglo-Indian case is removed. This is composition. Representation of states, directly elected. I told you in case of Lok Sabha, direct election happens. There is no case of indirect elections in case of Lok Sabha. Okay, indirect election happen in Rajya Sabha. and there's no case of direct election in Rajya Sabha. So this is opposite. Easy to remember, right? Elections are based on principle of universal adult franchise. What does it mean? Voting is going to be done by those citizens who are adult and registered as voter in electoral, list of election commission. Representation of union territories chosen by direct election held in union territories. For example, Delhi. Delhi is a union territory. So there are 7 seats. There are 7 constituencies in Delhi, right? So now on these seats, now representation by union territories chosen directly, direct election happens, as Delhi is also divided into Lok Sabha constituencies. People, give vote in Lok Sabha election, and these representatives represent respective constituencies in Lok Sabha. Okay. Nominated members are removed. Okay. Now easy to remember. States direct election in Lok Sabha, UT also direct election in Lok Sabha. States indirect election in Rajya Sabha, UT's indirect election in Rajya Sabha. And who votes? In case of Lok Sabha, universal adult franchise, and you should have registered voter in voting list, and in this case MLAs vote. Clear? Now system of elections in Lok Sabha. As I told you, direct election. But how constituencies are actually made? How division of constituency happens? So please remember, this is the logic. Means number of Lok Sabha MP seats which need to be allocated to a state divided by population. This ratio needs to be same, so that there can be uniformity with respect to number of seats allocated to different states in Lok Sabha. There should be no biasness. To remove this biasness, this formula was made. Okay, this was the basis. So allocated a number of seats in the Lok Sabha in such a manner that the ratio, as I told you directly, ratio between the number and its population is same for all states. There can be a statement on this in your exam. The provision does not stand for states having population less than 6 million. If less than 6 million, then this formula need not to be applied. Each state is divided into territorial constituencies. It means area is divided. Okay. In case of Rajya Sabha, there is no such territorial constituency, no territorial representation. There is proportional representation. If you are a Rajya Sabha MP, you are representing the interest of whole state, from where you got elected, from where MLAs of that state voted for you. But in case of Lok Sabha, constituencies are divided territorially, right? For example, wherever you are living in India, you should also know that your area is also representing one territorial constituency, right? Such manner that the ratio between population of each constituency and number of seats allotted same throughout the state. In simple terms, there should be uniformity in representation throughout the constituencies. Okay, area, population. And readjustment after each census. So idea was, since population is a criteria regarding allocation of constituencies, area of constituencies, so population changes. So constituency also change, but this constituency change did not happen. Means we followed this 1971 census. The reason was, after 1971, government initiated and called upon state that they should actually take steps so that population, growth rate can decrease, right? Population should be managed. Southern states did fairly well in that. States like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, they have done good job when it comes to managing population. But the states like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, these northern states, so they have progressed in terms of population. Now, if we revisit the census, and if we use say updated census, say 1991 or 2001, so don't you think there will be a huge gap between the population, right? Earlier in 1971, consider the gap was this, but these people managed population, so that is how they increased to this level. But the other states, say northern states, they increased in this level, so there's a huge gap. Don't you think if population is the criteria for allocation of seats, now it will be wrong for the southern states because they have less population, they may be allocated less number of seats. Now southern states will say, oh, this is wrong for us. Means we did good. Means it is like we have done our homework and we are punished for that. our representation in Lok Sabha is reducing, right? So, in the backdrop of this logic, 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1976 happened. It froze the allocation of seats in the Lok Sabha, froze. 84th Amendment Act 2001 happened, extended this ban on readjustment for another 25 years, that is still 2026. We are living in 2022. 2026, 84th Amendment says they should be frozen. 87th Amendment Act proposed one idea. It said, let's do one thing. Major contention is that southern states are saying and the states are saying we have done well, we managed our population growth rate, and it would be injustice for us. Let's do one thing. We are not going to change the number of seats allocated to states in Lok Sabha. Let's do the internal readjustment. The boundaries of states can be changed, provided for the delimitation of constituencies on the basis of 2001 census without altering the number of seats allotted to each state in Lok Sabha. So this was a middle path. I hope it is clear. Reservation of seats for SC and STs. I'm making a statement, you have to tell me statement is true or false. There's a mandatory reservation for SCs and STs for all states and UTs with regard to representation in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Now tell me the statement is true or false. Let me reframe this sentence. UPSC can also say there's a mandatory minimum number of seats which need to be reserved in Parliament, if say Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, from every state and UT. Now the statement is true or false? You would say, sir, it is true. Right? I think now you're clear with the readjustment after census, right? Please remember the amendments. Now, reservation of seats for SCs and STs. What it says, Constitution provides for reservation of seats for SCs and STs in Lok Sabha on the basis of population ratio. Originally, this provision was for 10 years, but later it was extended. Under 95th Amendment, 2009, the reservation will last until 2020. But 84th Amendment Act 2001 provided for refixing the reserved seats on the basis of population 1991. Then 87th Amendment says 2001. Purpose is that yes, SC/ST reservation is there based on population. Demand is that we need to reassess this on the basis of 2001 census. Proportional representation is not adopted. Why proportional representation is not adopted in the case of Lok Sabha? It is there in Rajya Sabha, not in Lok Sabha. These are the reasons. First of all, we are following territorial representation in Lok Sabha. Means territories are divided, right? So now, this is easy. Okay, this is less expensive. Every member of the legislature represents a geographical area. This is the meaning of territorial representation. Okay, that is why we call it constituency. From each constituency, only one member represents. It is not possible that from one constituency, two MPs are saying, I am also MP from this constituency. No, this cannot happen. Because we follow the system of single member constituency. One person is going to win the election. In this system, candidate who secures majority vote is declared elected. Simple majority system of representation does not represent this whole electorate. That is why this system is used. It means, clear as the simple point is that consider that there are 100 members in a constituency. And out of them, only 30 people came out of their home and voted. And there are other members as well. Other members say different parties. So out of this 100, only 30 came. Out of this 30, consider you were fighting the election. You got, say, 9 votes. Okay. Others got, say, 3 votes, 4 votes, 6 votes, etc. till this complete to 30. Now, since you are getting, maximum vote out of these votes, you will be declared as winner. You will be declared as winner. Congratulations. But this is also a basis of criticism. That out of 100 members in constituency, only 9 members supported you. And now you are going to be representative of all 100 members. This simple majority concept, the last point, is not used Because simple majority concept says, okay, those who are voting, say 30, at least you should get more than 50% of the people who voted. But no one would actually get more than 50% of the people voted. This will be quite difficult, right? You have to then conduct election again and again. There's a system in Europe. We call it second ballot system. I think it is clear now. Proportional representation for the general election is not adopted. Why it was not adopted? Difficulty for the voters to understand the system. I hope you remember when I was telling you ballot paper, multiple, you can say, options. I was explaining you this in President chapter, right? So it would be quite difficult. Unsuitable for the parliamentary government due to tendency of the system, because there are different political parties and we need to ensure clear majority, right? And there may be a possibility that there are multiple parties coming together and then forming, you can say, government. So this will become actually quite cumbersome. It is highly expensive. Highly expensive, why? Because in general election, you are using this territorial, representation. You have EVMs on different booths, and we know there can be voting. From these booths, these many votes were actually given to this party or this candidate. But in this case, you have to recount. You have to use this ballot, right? So this would be quite tough. It does not give any scope for organizing by-election. By-election possibility is not there. It eliminates intimate contact between voters and representatives. Because if there's territorial representation, you know that I represent this particular territory. You will come to these people. You will ask them their vote. You will interact with them. Otherwise, they are not going to vote you in the next election, because people know exactly who is our representative, point of contact. But in proportional representation, you will be representing the whole state. There are now 100 people representing the whole state. Whose door we should actually knock? Who should be the direct person who is directly responsible? Right? There should be some direct responsibility. Promotes minority thinking, group interest. Minority thinking is not a negative sense. It is in positive sense. That you should think about your constituency, your group. Increases significance of the party and decreases of the voter. If we adopt this. Now, term. So, normal term is 5 years. Okay, it is not a permanent chamber. President can dissolve the Lok Sabha at any time if get recommendation from the Honorable Prime Minister. The term of Lok Sabha can be extended during national emergency, I told you, 1 year at a time till infinity. Means any length of time, because no boundation there. Qualification for member of Lok Sabha, citizen of India, 25 years of age, and this is oath. Must possess qualification prescribed by Parliament, and qualification mentioned in Representation of People Act, right? Registered as an elector in parliamentary constituency, and then SC angle, ST angle is same, like we discussed in Rajya Sabha. Oath is given by President. Disqualifications. Office of profit, unsound mind. If person is, has gone mad and court has declared, then it means that person won't be able to continue his duty or her duty. Undischarged insolvent. You have taken so much loan that your known sources of income and your total assets are not going to be pay that loan back. It means you cannot be trusted with public money. Not a citizen of India. Consider you got elected as MP in India, Lok Sabha MP, but you went to US and there you fall in love with a girl, if you're a girl, then you with a boy there, and you got married and you actually applied for the citizenship there. So our authorities will be intimated about your, wonders there. Okay, so they will give you blessings in a way, ma'am or sir. Your citizenship is revoked, first of all, and because this is the criteria for a Lok Sabha membership, so you need not to come to Parliament, because now your Lok Sabha membership is taken away. Clear? She is disqualified any law made by Parliament. If Parliament make a law that if this person does this, then this person will be disqualified. So these laws will be applicable on your disqualification. Now, with disqualification, you need to remember three broad categories. One is Constitution. If you flout the rule which is mentioned in Constitution, like citizen of India. Second is mentioned under RPA, like we are talking about. And third is anti-defection law, 10th schedule. So these are the three broad categories on the basis of which any member of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha can be disqualified. Okay, I told you we are talking about Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha disqualification together. He must not have been found guilty in certain election offences. You fraudulently won the election and now it is proved, disqualified. If it is found that, consider you were engaged in a murder, means you did a murder. Taking your example, take it lightly. So you are convicted for 5 years and at that point of time you were sitting Lok Sabha MP. So you will be disqualified because 5 years is more than 2 years. Account of elections, you did not give the account of election to Election Commission. This can be a basis of disqualification too. If you are interested in some government contract, it means you took some government contract. That is also wrong. It can be a basis. If there's a company in which more than 25% you can say stake is with government and you are managing director there. So it means you are drawing some profit from there. So this will be counted as office of profit and you can be disqualified. Dismissed from government service, consider you are an IAS officer and you got dismissed from service on corruption charge or disloyalty to the state. And now you thought, okay, I am dismissed. Now I am going to fight election and be part of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. You cannot. Because Representation of People Act says that dismissed from government service on charge of corruption. So is there a way out for you? Is there a scope for your political career? Yes, there can be. If you appeal in Supreme Court and Supreme Court actually changed this, you can say earlier judgment, and it is proved that no, you were not engaged in corruption, then that's a possibility. But if you are dismissed on this basis and this is the paradigm given by court, then you are gone. Your political career is finished. Obviously, I am talking about Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Okay. He must not have been convicted for promoting enmity between different groups. If you are found that you are doing hate speech and due to which there's riot going on and you are convicted for the same, then you are also gone. He must not have been punished for practicing social crimes. Consider that you have taken dowry and your wife has filed a case and it's proved that, yeah, dowry harassment happened. Then my friend, your political career is also finished. Disqualification. Untouchability or sati. Okay, untouchability is also there. Please remember, because UPSC play on these kind of details. Okay, this is also a basis of disqualification from Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Now, disqualification on ground of defection. As I told you, third criteria is anti-defection law. So, if consider you got elected on a party ticket, say Aam Aadmi Party, but you voluntarily give up the membership of the political party on whose ticket you are elected, then you are going to be disqualified. Please remember it. Okay. Now I am making another statement. Let's go into depth. Consider you got elected on Aam Aadmi Party ticket in Lok Sabha, but you did not give up the membership voluntary. Actually, party kicked you out. Now tell me, if party has kicked you out, now tell me, do you think your Lok Sabha membership is going to be, you as a Lok Sabha member is going to be disqualified? Answer is no. You will still be Lok Sabha MP. But if party has kicked you out and you have joined another party, say BJP or Congress, then you will be disqualified. Okay? If he votes abstains from if party has told you that on this bill you have to vote in favor, but you said no. In Shashank Sir's class, I have read Article 19. In Article 19, freedom of speech and expression, I am going to use it. I am going to vote against what my party is saying. So my friends, I am not going to come to save your seat, because you must read this chapter as well. As I am telling you, this will be a basis of your disqualification. Okay? If any independently elected member joins political party, there are some members who get this Lok Sabha seat or Rajya Sabha seat independently, without fighting on a seat ticket of any party. So if they joins any other party now, this will be a ground of disqualification. Now these criteria are for elected members. Now for nominated. consider Sachin Tendulkar. So within 6 months, if you want to join any party, you can join that party. But after 6 months are passed, after expiry of 6 months, if you join now any party, then it will be a ground of disqualification. Now, who is going to disqualify on the basis of anti-defection? On the basis of defection. Defection means you are changing your party. So this decision is taken for Rajya Sabha by Rajya Sabha Chairman and Lok Sabha by Lok Sabha Speaker. Please remember it. Now, vacating seats in Parliament. So, on what basis a seat can be vacant? Double membership. Consider you are fighting from 2 seats and won from 2 seats. Consider you are fighting Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha and you got elected in both. So, double membership. In case of double membership, 1 seat is going to, you need to actually vacate. Disqualification, resignation, absence, other cases. Let's understand them one by one. Double membership. UPSC can ask question from here. Please remember it. Understand it. A person cannot be a member of both the houses. Okay, you have to be a member of one house from 1 seat. You need not to show heroism. You need not to become hero here because provision does not allow you to do so. Representation of People Act provides for the following, that if you are actually elected to both the houses, then you must intimate within 10 days which house, which seat you want to leave. In default, if you have not intimated, in this case, your Rajya Sabha seats is going to be vacant. Okay, if you are getting elected to both house, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. If a sitting member of one house, you are already a member of one house. Okay, you are fighting just one election for the other house. Also elected to the other house, his seat in the first house becomes vacant. Because now it will be considered that you are not satisfied with your membership in one house. That is why you are fighting for the other house, right? If a person is elected to the 2 seats in house, for example, Modi ji fought election from Varanasi as well as Vadodara, right? So he should exercise option for choosing one. Otherwise, both will go. Okay. Disqualification. So first was double membership. In this case, seat can be vacant. Now disqualification. If a member of parliament becomes subject to any disqualification, be it constitution, be it RPA or anti-defection. So these are the 3 criteria. So this can be a ground of vacation. Resignation. You can give resignation to Rajya Sabha chairman if you're a Rajya Sabha member. You can give resignation to speaker if you're a Lok Sabha member. Absence. If you have not intimated, took permission of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha and you are absent for more than 60 days, then this can be a basis of declaring that now you are not member of our house. On this absence, on the basis of absence, your seat will be vacant. Now other cases, a member has to vacate his seat in the parliament if election is declared void. It is found that you fought election on fraudulent basis. Expelled from the house, elected to the office of president, vice president, is appointed to the office of governor of a state. Obviously, on these basis, you need to vacate your seat. Now, just attempt this question. Which of the following statement are not correct about the Lok Sabha Speaker? Lok Sabha Speaker is elected by the Lok Sabha from amongst its members. We need to talk about presiding officers in the next class, but I am bringing this question so that you can read a bit. The date of election of Lok Sabha Speaker is fixed by President of India. M.A. Iyengar was the first Lok Sabha Speaker. It is true that Lok Sabha Speakers now, please remember, Lok Sabha Speaker, for example, Mr. Om Birla from Kota. Lok Sabha Speaker is always a person who is member of Lok Sabha, right? And there is no nominated member, it means elected, right? And the election date is decided by Honorable President. So Lok Sabha Speaker is elected from amongst its members, and the date of election of Lok Sabha Speaker is fixed by President of India. Okay? Please remember, in Lok Sabha Speaker case, only Lok Sabha members are going to vote. Okay? All Lok Sabha members. The very first Lok Sabha Speaker was G.V. Mavalankar. In this question, M.A. Iyengar is given. That is why 1 and 2 is correct. Clear? So this PDF is going to be available in Shashank Tyagi for you Telegram group. I hope now you are clear with these aspects of Parliament. In the next lecture, we are going to talk about presiding officers of the Parliament. Hello everyone. I hope this message finds you fit and fine. My name is Shashank Tyagi. Welcome to this Lakshmikant series. We are continuing our Parliament chapter. Today we need to talk about presiding officers. Preside. It means to bring the house in order, you need someone to be in command. In case of Rajya Sabha, that responsibility is with chairman. Whoever is going to be Vice President of India is going to have this position of Rajya Sabha chairman. In case of Lok Sabha, this position is held by Speaker. So if we categorize separately Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, in case of Lok Sabha, we have Speaker, then Deputy Speaker, then panel of chairpersons. A Speaker and Deputy Speaker, these are elected from among the members of the Lok Sabha. Okay, but when it comes to panel of chairperson, they are nominated. Nominated by whom? Nominated by a speaker of Lok Sabha. Okay, in case of Rajya Sabha, we have chairman, deputy chairman, and then panel of vice chairpersons. So again, so you know that when it comes to chairman, this position is held by VP, right? In case of deputy chairman, this position is elected one. Okay, means this person is member of Rajya Sabha. Okay, now when it comes to panel of chairpersons, this position is nominated one. And who is going to nominate? Chairman of Rajya Sabha is going to nominate member of this panel. Now why we are having these panels? As I told you, presiding is an important responsibility. You need someone in command to bring the house in order so that agenda of the house works are finished, right? So consider there's a day where speaker is not there, deputy speaker is not there, then we need someone to preside the house, right? For example, say there are 10 members from Lok Sabha. These are not from outside. These members in these panels are from within the house. Means when we talk about panel of chairperson, they need to be member of Lok Sabha. When I say panel of vice chairperson, they need to be member of Rajya Sabha. Okay, so anyone, I'm saying anyone, any one of them can actually preside the proceedings of the house, so that this Lok Sabha should actually continue its work. Okay, now let's deal with speaker first. So what is the tenure and election? As I told you, a speaker is someone who is already member of the house. Means this position is elected one. Told you na, elected. Speaker, deputy speaker, elected. Elected by the Lok Sabha from amongst its members, right? A speaker remains in office during the life of the Lok Sabha. For example, in 2019, there were elections in Lok Sabha, right? And in those elections, Mr. Om Birla, so he got elected as Lok Sabha MP from Kota in Rajasthan, Kota parliamentary constituency. Now, from among the members in the Lok Sabha, majority of members are of BJP. So they elected, so there was an election within the Lok Sabha. So they elected Mr. Om Birla as speaker, 17th speaker of Lok Sabha. Okay, that's how he got elected. Now, normal tenure of Lok Sabha is 5 years, right? So till that point, he can be in this position. Is there a possibility that he can be removed also? Yes, he can be removed. There's a process to that. But normally, he can actually continue for 5 years. We are going to understand the process of removal as well. Now, however, he has to vacate his office earlier in any of the 3 cases. Number 1, he ceases to be a member of Lok Sabha. Consider that he went abroad and now he has applied for citizenship of USA. Okay. So if he has got citizenship of USA, now on this basis, his Indian citizenship will be revoked, right? So if someone is not a citizen of India, do you think that person can continue to be a Lok Sabha member? No. So it means he will cease to be a member of Lok Sabha. Now since he ceased to be a member of Lok Sabha, he has to get removed from the position of Lok Sabha speaker also. So in short, you can say, even if he resigns, means he resigns by writing to the deputy speaker, in that case also, this position of Lok Sabha speaker need to be vacated by him, right? Also remember, resignation in written to be given to deputy speaker. UPSC can make a statement that that Speaker is going to give resignation, submit resignation to Honorable President. But you should get aware, no, it's not President, it is Deputy Speaker. Okay? If he is removed by resolution passed, now I told you removal process is also there. Now how he can be removed? Resolution passed by majority of all the members. Now please read. This is the statement which is given in Lakshmikant. But I have differences with one word in that statement. I am going to tell you why, but first read that. By a majority of all the members of the Lok Sabha, all the members, majority of all the members, Lok Sabha, such resolution can be moved only after giving 14 days advance notice. So this part is correct, 14 days advance notice to be given. But if I ask, what kind of majority do you think is needed in Lok Sabha to remove Speaker? Some of you would say, sir, majority of all the members. So if all the members, all the seats are 100, so you would say that, sir, we need 51, means absolute majority, right? But my friends, please take a look what official website, government website says, means Lok Sabha. There's a website, speakerloksabha.nic.in, and just read the statement. The Speaker can be removed from office only on a resolution of the House passed by a majority of all the then. The word is then members of the House. But in Lakshmikant, the addition I have, and many additions that I have referred, the word is majority of all the members. Then word is missing. Now you would think, sir, what then makes difference? Yes, it makes difference. All the then members means majority of those members who are there, and the vacant seats are not going to be included. For example, there are consider total strength of houses 100. Okay, 100. This says majority of all the members. So majority of all the members would be 51, right? But official website says all the then. For example, 20 seats are vacant as of now. Someone died, someone disqualified, someone resigned, right? Now, as of now, consider we have all the then members, means the present members. We have 80. So now the majority required to remove the Lok Sabha Speaker would be 41, not 51. That is why, if UPSC asks question, please mark effective majority, because this is the definition of effective majority. Because UPSC is going to follow what official website is saying. And same is the case with Rajya Sabha chairperson. There also, all the then members is written, right? You can just search rajyasabha.nic.in. There also you are going to find the sentence. Okay? So please remember, it is effective majority. Clear? Now, when a resolution for the removal of the Speaker is under consideration, so if a Speaker is being removed, do you think that person should be given a chance to preside this session? No, right? So he cannot preside at the sitting of the House, though he may be present, because he is member of House, right? So he can be present like a normal member, okay? However, he can speak and take part in the proceedings of the House at such a time and vote in the first instance. Please remember, when Speaker is getting removed, resolution for the removal of Speaker is actually in the process, then Speaker can actually vote. But vote as a normal member, right? Not as a presiding officer. And why first instance is used? Because you can say there's a process that whoever preside the House, means whoever sitting, and in command, then that person should show neutrality. That is why it is said that you should not vote in first instance. In case there's a matter is in tie, then you can actually vote casting vote, right? To actually remove this tie, okay? First instance means when first round of counting is done, you can vote there. Though not in the case of equality of votes. And there is equality of vote. Obviously, there's no case of equality of vote when presiding officer, Speaker is not presiding officer, acting as a presiding officer in case of removal. He is sitting like a normal person. She's sitting like a normal MP, right? So no, so this particular case is not going to be counted even, right? Now you would ask, sir, who is going to preside if Speaker is sitting among the crowd? Then Deputy Speaker will. And if Deputy Speaker is ill at that day, then any one member from the panel of chairpersons. That is what I have told you. Now, whenever the Lok Sabha is dissolved, the Speaker does not vacate. There can be a statement-wise question on that. Please remember. Because in the start I said, the Lok Sabha Speaker will remain till the life of Lok Sabha, right? Tenure of the Lok Sabha. But there's a tradition there. Consider that Lok Sabha is dissolved early, or consider that there's a fresh election happened, right? But still, there should be continuity in the working of Lok Sabha, because Lok Sabha Speaker's job is not just to preside the House. There's a separate Lok Sabha Secretariat also. The official work, all the bills which need to be presented, all the questions coming in, the communication with different department, ministries, all being coordinated by Lok Sabha Secretariat. And who heads the Lok Sabha Secretariat? Lok Sabha Speaker. So even if Lok Sabha is dissolved, then she should continue to be in that position and should resign, should actually demit from the office just before the first sitting of the newly elected Lok Sabha. Okay? Continue till the newly elected Lok Sabha meets. And the day newly elected Lok Sabha meets, you should actually go your home. Okay? If you are again elected from quota, then you can present in the Lok Sabha as a normal MP. Okay? Then it will be decided whether you will be elected as Lok Sabha Speaker or not. Okay? Now, role, power and functions of Speaker. Head Lok Sabha, as I told you, preside Lok Sabha and actually heads Lok Sabha Secretariat also. Guardian of powers and privileges of Lok Sabha. Right? Powers, which powers we are talking about? Lok Sabha Speaker is going to decide which bill need to be presented first, which need to be presented last, how you should actually have agenda. Even the disqualification power means to disqualify an MP in case of anti-defection. This power is with Lok Sabha Speaker, as well as privileges. For example, Lok Sabha's speakers, you can say, has this privilege that whatever he comments in the House cannot be questioned in court of law. He cannot be criticized in the court or within the House, right? Such is the privilege, to maintain the decorum of the House. Principal spokesperson of the House, he maintains order and decorum. He adjourns the suspend the House in case quorum is not complete. What is the quorum? Quorum is the minimum number of members which are required, then only proceedings can continue. That is 1/10 of the House. For example, if total strength is say 100, okay, to make it simple for you, then 1/10 is 10. Only when 10 members are present in the Lok Sabha, then only proceedings of the House will continue. Otherwise, Speaker will say, go back to your home. I'm suspending, adjourning the session. There will be no session today. You should show respect and at least quorum need to be maintained. He presides over the joint sitting. In case there's a deadlock between Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha over a bill and President says you have to sit in a joint sitting. So in that case, who heads the joint sitting? Presides the joint sitting? Speaker. In case Speaker is not there, then Deputy Speaker. Okay? I've marked here that joint sitting is not presided by Rajya Sabha chairperson. So this is the difference between Speaker and Rajya Sabha chairperson. There are statements on comparison also many times asked by UPSC. Decides whether a bill is money bill or not. This power is only with Speaker, not with Rajya Sabha chairperson. He decides the question of disqualification of member. I told you, anti-defection law. Same, means this power is also with Rajya Sabha chairperson. Okay, for example, Mr. Venkaiah Naidu, so he pronounced this disqualification of Mr. Sharad Yadav and Anwar Ali from JDU party. So they were member of Rajya Sabha from JDU. So they were disqualified by Rajya Sabha chairperson. He acts as the ex-officio chairman of the Indian Parliamentary Group. So there is Indian Parliamentary Group which is given chance to go abroad, learn new practices in different parliaments. So ex officio means who is going to be Speaker, he is going to be chairman of Indian Parliamentary Group. He appoints the chairman of all parliamentary committees, means parliamentary committees of the Lok Sabha. Who is going to appoint? The chair appoint. Speaker is going to appoint. Now Lok Sabha Speaker, independence and impartiality. If question is saying which of the following points can be regarded as, you can say, provisions which support impartiality of the office of Speaker, right? There can be a means-based question also. In GS paper 2, sometimes UPSC asks direct provision-based questions also. In 2016, I think around 80% paper was actually on this provision type, okay? And there are other years where dynamic side was more in GS paper 2. So you should know some keywords. Okay, impartiality. How? In case of tenure, this security of tenure. It means if there is speaker, he should act as neutral, right? So he cannot be removed until unless process of removal is followed. So there's a process of removal, right? And effective majority, I told you. And it needs support of at least 50 members to even discuss. Okay, so it shows security of tenure to some extent. His salaries and allowances are fixed by Parliament and cannot be changed during his tenure. His work and conduct cannot be discussed and criticized. That's a privilege. His powers are not subject to jurisdiction of any court, although Supreme Court can now actually do this judicial review. For example, on disqualification also. Many times questions are raised before Supreme Court also, so they can check whether facts were correct or there was no malified intention. He cannot vote in the first instance, right? Because he's there presiding, so he has to be neutral. Can vote only when there's a equality in votes. He is given high position order of precedence. Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha. Elected by the Lok Sabha from amongst his members, same. Like Speaker is elected, same Deputy Speaker is also elected from amongst the members of Lok Sabha. Also please remember, the word is deputy. Okay, so it means primary responsibility to preside is with Speaker. If Speaker is not there, then Deputy Speaker has this responsibility, right? But when Deputy Speaker is acting as presiding officer of Lok Sabha, then he or she enjoys the power of Speaker. Okay, if he ceases to be a member of Lok Sabha, then seat need to be vacated. Resigns. Now, Deputy Speaker resigns to Speaker. Please remember it. In case of, how you can easily remember it? In case of Speaker, he gives written resignation to Deputy Speaker. In case of Deputy Speaker, he gives written resignation to Speaker. Okay. If he is removed by a resolution passed by the majority of all the then members of the Lok Sabha, such a resolution need to be presented before, means 14 days notice need to be given. So these conditions are same. You just need to change here. Role, power and functions. First, perform the duties of Speaker when Speaker is not there. Presides over joint sitting if Speaker is absent. He is not subordinate to the Speaker. As I told you, when he is presiding, then he enjoys equal power. And in general also, it is said that you are not subordinate. What is the meaning of not subordinate? If UPSC wants to play with you, then they can also ask an A and R kind of question. Means they will give a statement and a reason also. What is the reason of not subordinate to the Speaker? What is the meaning of this? The meaning is that he is not answerable to Speaker. He or she is answerable only to the House. That is why we are not considering subordinate, right? So in Pushpa movie's dialogue, it would be like, deputy देखकर subordinate समझे क्या? Subordinate नहीं है अपन, equal है, right? So it means this Deputy Speaker is not responsible to Speaker, okay, answerable to Speaker. He can only exercise a casting vote in case of a tie. It applies with every presiding officer. Whenever he is appointed as a member of Parliamentary Committees, he automatically becomes the chairman, such is the stature. When a resolution for the removal of the Deputy Speaker is under consideration, same. He cannot preside, right? If removal is being done, then he should not preside, but he can sit like a normal member of Parliament and he can vote also, same as case of Speaker. He is entitled to a regular salary and allowance fixed by Parliament, same, right? Up to 10th Lok Sabha, both Speaker and Deputy Speaker were usually from the ruling party. From 11th Lok Sabha, so the convention changed and Speaker position was held by a ruling party member and Deputy Speaker by opposition party member. But if you ask if someone is Deputy Speaker as of now, no. The position of Deputy Speaker is vacant as of now. And there were articles as well on this, why there's no Deputy Speaker. Means the party in power, having majority vote, can actually appoint someone from other party as Deputy Speaker if they want. They can have election, but such thing has not happened. Now, panel of chairpersons of the Lok Sabha. I've already explained this to you that rules, now under the rules of Lok Sabha, the Speaker nominates. In the starting of the video, I told you this is nominated position, not elected one. A Speaker nominates, okay, among the members of the panel. So whoever is going to be member of panel should be member of Lok Sabha, okay. Any one of them can preside over the House in case Speaker and Deputy Speaker are absent. He has the same power as a Speaker when he is acting as a presiding officer. He holds office until a new panel of chairperson is nominated. Please remember, UPSC play in this nominated and elected game. It should be clear in your mind. When a member of panel of the chairperson is also not present, then what is going to happen? And there are two probability, means two kind of questions can be asked, two statements. If Speaker is not there, Deputy Speaker is not there, whole panel is not there, then what? Then House can actually appoint someone for that day to preside the House, okay. Any other person as determined by the House act as a Speaker, okay. Now let's take another scenario. Consider Speaker resigned and Deputy Speaker died. It means now these both positions are vacant, not absent, vacant. Now tell me, who is going to preside? You would say, sir, panel of chairpersons, anyone from them can preside? No. Reason is that this panel was nominated by Speaker and the Speaker of position is vacant. So the Speaker who nominated these members is not Speaker anymore, right? So in this case, President is going to appoint someone for acting as Speaker at that point of time, okay? So panel of chairperson cannot preside over the House when the office of the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker is vacant, okay? During such time, the Speaker's duties to be performed by such member of the House as President may appoint for the purpose. I think now it's clear to you, okay? Pro tem Speaker. Pro tem. So pro tem is a temporary position. For example, just before the first meeting of newly elected Lok Sabha, I told you that the former Lok Sabha Speaker is going to demit the office, right? Now, for the first meeting, we need someone to preside the House, right? So in that case, President appoints one pro tem Speaker, like a temporary Speaker, okay? And this pro tem Speaker has two duties, only two functions. Number one, oath. Oath to all the new, means those members of Parliament who are coming, joining, in this newly elected Lok Sabha. So give oath to them. And second, conduct election of Speaker, active Speaker, right? So the two functions. And who is generally appointed as pro tem Speaker? Senior most member is generally appointed. Although there's no, you can say, mention in law that only that senior most is going to be appointed, but there's a convention. Constitution, the Speaker of the first Lok Sabha vacates his office immediately before the first meeting, the newly elected Lok Sabha. Therefore, the President appoints a member of the Lok Sabha as pro tem Speaker. I already told you. Usually, the senior most member is selected the President himself administers oath to the pro tem Speaker. So, President administers oath to the pro tem Speaker. The Speaker pro tem has all the powers of the Speaker and presides over the first sitting of the newly elected Lok Sabha. Main duty, two duties, and oath to the new members enables the House to elect a Speaker. Please remember two duties. Now, new Speaker is elected by the House, the office of pro tem Speaker ceases to exist. Means now it is gone, right? It's a temporary office. I think it is clear now, right? So, just remember this. If any question arises whether a bill is money bill, so decision of Speaker is considered final. Okay, I told you also in the functions also, there's a difference that when it comes to deciding a bill as money bill or not, this power is only with Speaker and not Rajya Sabha Chairman. Let's start with some questions. Which of the following are not a session in Parliament? So our Constitution does not mention any name, first of all. But in news you must have read budget session, monsoon session, winter session. You must not ever heard of summer session. So summer session is not mentioned, okay? Summer session is not used. Now, insight here is, that our constitution does not mention any of these names also, but these names are used. Our constitution mentions between two sessions of parliament there cannot be gap of more than 6 months. So 12 months in a year, 6 months maximum gap. So it means at least we are going to have 2 sessions per year, at least. In general, we have 3 sessions: budget session, monsoon session, winter session. Although there can be other sessions also, special sessions. If President summons the House, then there can be, you can say, special sessions. Okay? So minimum 2 sessions, maximum there is no limit, and these names are not mentioned in our constitution. I think it is clear. Which of the statement is not correct about Lok Sabha Speaker? Sometimes UPSC is asking some, factual questions also. Indian polity, 1-2 questions. So please attempt. Meera Kumar and Sumatra Mahajan are the only 2 women Lok Sabha speakers so far. This statement is correct. Tenure of Lok Sabha Speaker is 5 years, correct. In total, 17% have served as Lok Sabha Speaker. If you remember, I told you, Mr. Om Birla is 17th, right? Whenever Lok Sabha dissolves, the Speaker resigns from the post. This is incorrect, because I told you, even after Lok Sabha dissolves, the Speaker is going to continue till the day when the next day is the first session of newly elected Lok Sabha, right? So this D is not correct. Clear? I think now this is clear to you, right? A Speaker, Deputy Speaker, its comparison with Chairman, Deputy Chairman. Please give a read to this portion. It would be a quick walk for you. This PDF is going to be available in Shashank Tyagi for you Telegram group. If you have any doubt whatsoever, feel free to reach out to me on shashank.powerme, my Insta handle. Take care, keep learning, keep growing. Hello everyone. I hope this message finds you fit and fine. My name is Shashank Tyagi. Welcome to Lakshmikant series Indian Polity Contests. We are discussing Parliament, and within that, today we need to talk about leaders in Parliament. Means leader of House in Lok Sabha, leader of House in Rajya Sabha. Then we are going to talk about session part as well. Under the rules of Lok Sabha, Prime Minister is the leader of House in case Prime Minister is member of Lok Sabha. For example, Modi ji. So he is member of Parliament, member of Lok Sabha, right, from Varanasi. So that is why he is leader of House in Lok Sabha. But in case of Manmohan Singh ji, so he was member of Rajya Sabha, but he was Prime Minister of India, because majority of the members in Lok Sabha supported his name for the Prime Minister position. So in that case, how we are going to decide who is going to be leader of House in Lok Sabha if Prime Minister is not member of Lok Sabha? In that case, Prime Minister can nominate a minister to be leader of House in Lok Sabha. Okay? This is what is mentioned here. Just 2 cases, right? Not a big deal. Clear? So it means leader of House in Lok Sabha position can be held by Prime Minister or Minister. Okay? If Prime Minister is there, then there cannot be any minister who can proclaim himself. Prime Minister cannot nominate anyone else. Right? If Prime Minister is already present, already a member of Lok Sabha. Okay? Now, leader of House in Rajya Sabha, he is a minister in case Prime Minister is member of Lok Sabha. Or in that case, if, for example, Manmohan Singh ji, he was member of Rajya Sabha, right? In that case, he is regarded as, you can say, leader of House in Rajya Sabha. Okay? So you can simply remember this trick. Wherever Prime Minister is having membership, Prime Minister is going to be considered as a leader of that house. And who is going to be leader of other house? Prime Minister is going to decide. Clear? Leader of the opposition. So leader of opposition, the word itself represents opposition. But who is going to have this position? For that, the party should have at least 1/10 seats of the total strength. Okay, in general, you should have 1/10 seat, and you are, you can say, having maximum seat among other parties who are not part of government. Okay, so this position is also considered important for democracy. And you should know that leader of opposition is also given a, you can say, status of cabinet minister. Means leader of opposition is given a dedicated office, staff, you can say bungalow and car, etc. Such is the importance of leader of opposition. His main function is to provide constructive criticism, Therefore, opposition in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha were accorded statutory recognition. Please remember, leader of opposition is not a constitutional position. Okay, it is given a statutory recognition by the Parliament itself. Clear? So there can be a scope of question here. Clear? Whip, next character in our story. So whip is a, what do you understand by this word whip? What comes into your mind? I think some of you might be thinking of hunter. Why hunter is used? Hunter is used to, to get those, you can say, herd in the line, right? So that is the purpose of whip. Every political party in the house actually gives status of whip to any one member. So he is responsible to actually ensure discipline among party members. And what kind of discipline we are talking about? First, attendance. You should be present. If you are not present, then you should communicate it, right? Then securing votes. For example, we are presenting a bill and we need necessary votes in the house, then only this proposal is going to float. For that, whip is responsible. Whip is actually communicate to every member of the political party, we are presenting this bill on such date and I want that all of you should actually vote in support. What if they actually reject? No, I'm not going to listen to you. My friends, the decision of whip is actually will of party, and party gave you the ticket, right? Disciplinary action can be leveled against you. And some of you might be thinking, what kind of disciplinary action? What you are going to do? Whip, if you disobey whip, even your membership can be taken away. Means if you read anti-defection law, there's a provision that if party thinks that you are working against the interest of that party, right, then in that case also you can be disqualified. Okay, you should read about the case of Mr. Sharad Yadav and Anwar Ali from JDU party. They were Rajya Sabha members and they were not listening to the party advisors and they were disqualified. So whip need not to be taken lightly. Okay, disciplinary action can be taken. I hope it is clear. Regulates, monitors, clear? And I specifically told you, whip position is not given by speaker or Rajya Sabha chairman. Okay, whip position is given by party itself, right? So that their members can be monitored and regulated. Okay, it is not mentioned in constitution. It is just a convention. Please remember, there can be a scope of question here. I hope you will remember it. That is why I was saying party is actually deciding. Now, sessions of parliament. Session, we are talking about the period within which parliament is going to work, right? Parliament is going to function. So, president from time to time summons each house of parliament. Who summons? Summons means we are calling that now you, from this date, this time, you have to start working. Come to Delhi, right? And president do that on the advice of Council of Ministers. But the maximum gap between two sessions, our constitution says maximum gap can be 6 months. Our constitution does not tell about how many sessions you can have per year. Okay, it just tells that should not have gap more than 6 months. It means minimum you should have at least 2 sessions per year, and maximum there's no limit to the maximum. And why there's no limit to the maximum? Because parliament is there to actually discuss the important matters, to make law. It may be possible that within a year there are 10 times urgency happened. You need new laws. You need 10 sessions. So parliament should be allowed to have 10 sessions, right? In general, we have 3 sessions: budget session, monsoon session, and winter session. Please remember, these names are not written in our constitution. It's not like winter is coming and now you should have winter session. No, no such mention is there. Constitution mentions just this. This is constitution and this is convention. Please remember the difference. UPSC play on these words. Okay. A session of parliament is a period spanning between first sitting of the house and the prorogation. Prorogation means ending of the session. Let's understand these words through this schematic. This is the date where session is summoned by president. So president summons. Okay, and whose advice? Council of Ministers advice. Now you can see heartbeat. Tuck, 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 tuck. Finally, session is working. Now, prorogation happens. Prorogation means ending of session. Who is going to do that? Again, President is going to do that. Session ends. Okay? Then there will be gap, say 1 month, 2 months. Then there can be another summon, again by President, and then there can be prorogation. This is how our Parliament works. The period between two sessions is called recess. Okay? Now what happens in between? Once session is summoned, now onus is on the presiding officer of respective house. For example, in Lok Sabha, now Speaker is there to actually function. Agendas of the day need to be decided and they need to be done. Now within that, is there a possibility to give some off holiday? Yes, there can be. For example, take example of Lok Sabha. Consider after working for 5 days. Now Lok Sabha Speaker decided, I want to give 1 day off, right? So 1 day off. So this 1 day off will be called adjournment. Adjournment. Okay, and who does that? Presiding officer of house. In Lok Sabha, Speaker. In Rajya Sabha, Chairman. Okay, so within that, what is happening? President is not having any role. Okay, now when the session is about to end, let session is here. At this point of time, presiding officer also actually declares another thing, that is adjournment sine die. Adjournment sine die, the word is die, right? You can remember, oh, it means now function, now the job of the session is done. Now presiding officer, say Speaker in this case, has given this indication to Honorable President, sir, my job is done. Adjournment sine die. Now after few hours or after days, President can declare prorogation. It means now session officially ends. Clear? I think it is clear now. These words should be clear because sometimes UPSC play on these words, right? So during a session, the House meets every day to transact business. The period spanning between prorogation and reassembly of the new session is recess. I think it is clear to you now. Prorogation and reassembly of new session, this period is known as recess. This is the third point. Clear? Adjournment. Adjournment suspends the work for a specified time. For example, here we said 1 day adjournment is happening. Suspending the work. Adjournment sine die means terminating sitting of the Parliament for an indefinite period. I told you in adjournment sine die, Speaker is saying, sir, my job is done. That's it. Speaker is not saying, oh, I am going to reconvene the House after 1 day or 2 days. No, that is adjournment. That is why no time limit is mentioned here, because purpose is that job is done. You have to indicate that terminating a sitting of the Parliament. Sitting is done. The power of adjournment as well as adjournment sine die lies with the presiding officer. Presiding officer. Okay, clearly told you. He can also call a sitting of the House before the date or the time which has been adjourned, or at any time of the House had been adjourned sine die. For example, you have adjourned the House for 1 day, right? But now Speaker found that there are some emergent circumstances and I have to call House back within 2 hours. Then Speaker can say, I am cancelling the adjournment, and you have to come again after 2 hours. Then you being a member of Parliament, you cannot say, member of say Lok Sabha, you cannot say, oh sir, how can you change your word? You first promised 1 day off and I have planned my vacation. Then Speaker would say, what vacation you have planned in 1 day? Would say, sir, I'm in Delhi, so I have get together. Then Speaker would say, nation comes first. Within 2 hours, you should come here. If you're not here, session is not going to wait for you. We are going to continue our proceedings, right? So it means a Speaker, presiding officer, can actually call you back even if they have mentioned this adjournment happened and adjournment sine die happened. Okay, but please remember, in case a Speaker has declared adjournment sine die, job is done, and prorogation happened, and President was quite fast. President said prorogation. Now Speaker cannot call back the session, because now you have to summon the session again, and power of summoning is with President. Clear? I think it is clear to you now. Now, the difference between adjournment and prorogation, it is cakewalk for you now. It only terminates sitting. Adjournment only terminates sitting, right? This is what is means Speaker can do, or Rajya Sabha Chairman can do, presiding officer can do. But prorogation, we terminate the session. And who does that? President. It is done by presiding officer, it is done by president, it does not affect. Now this point is new for you in this particular session. It does not affect the bills or any other business. Please remember, prorogation also does not affect the bills or business. Now you would say, sir, what is the difference then? Difference is below, just read it. But when it comes to notices which are released, for example, pending notice, so other than those introducing bills lapse on prorogation. But in this case, the notices do not, you can say, lapse. For example, let me give you an example. Session starts today, right? And after 2 days, session got adjourned for say 5 hours, right? And on the first day, speaker actually issued one notice to you. And after this adjournment, when you came back, you cannot say, sir, speaker, sir, I'm not going to listen to your notice. Because notice got lapsed after adjournment. Then speaker would say, just read the rule book of Indian Parliament. Then you should be considered yourself worthy of sitting here. Because in adjournment, notices do not lapse. Right? Otherwise, it would be a hassle to actually give you notices again and again. There are so many adjournments happen for 1 hour, 2 hours, and 5 days or 6 days. But when it comes to prorogation, since session ends, now again there will be a summoning. So in this case, notices lapse. When next session is going to happen, then there will be fresh notices to be released for you. Okay, I think it is clear now. Dissolution. What is dissolution? Dissolution means now it is end. Dissolution. Lok Sabha being a permanent house is not subjected to dissolution. Dissolution means now no one is member of Lok Sabha. We are going to have fresh election in Lok Sabha. Such thing happened in Lok Sabha, but not in Rajya Sabha, because Rajya Sabha is a permanent house. Only the Lok Sabha is subject to dissolution. Please remember it. Unlike a prorogation, dissolution ends very life of the existing house. Because now there will be fresh election. After fresh election, there will be new Lok Sabha, new bills, new notices, everything will be new. There are 2 ways of dissolution. One is normal. For example, 5 years you are having the normal tenure of Lok Sabha. It is done to expiry of tenure, then it will be dissolved. That is normal. And the another is abnormal. Abnormal means in between. Prime Minister can recommend to the Honorable President, sir, I'm done with Lok Sabha. I want fresh election. Then President will say, okay, I'm listening to your will, and since you are there for aid and advice of, means Article 74 says that you are there to aid and advise me. I'm going to listen to your advice. I'm dissolving Lok Sabha. There will be flash elections, like it was done during the Indira Gandhi's time after this national emergency. So there are 2 ways to dissolution. Now, most important thing for us is what happens after dissolution, right? When the Lok Sabha dissolve all business, including bill, motion, resolution, notice, petition, and so on, pending before it becomes lapse. Please remember it. This is the impact. This is important. Although there is beautiful question coming from this particular part, and I'm going to simplify this for you. There's a cliche kind of question repeated by UPSC often, that what is going to happen with the bill in case Lok Sabha get dissolved, and if the bill is pending in Rajya Sabha, if bill was in Lok Sabha, if bill was with President. So you need not to cram it. Okay, there's always a simple way to actually master things. Now, to be pursued further must be reintroduced in newly constituted Lok Sabha. Simply saying, if everything is lapsed with Lok Sabha, means these bills, and if everything which was pending before Lok Sabha, it means new Lok Sabha, you need to reintroduce these. However, some pending bills and pending assurances. Now, this is important because this is an exception. Because even if the bill was with Lok Sabha, but bill from Lok Sabha went to this Committee on Government Assurances. So in this case, this bill will be immune from lapsing. Do not lapse. So this is an exception. If bill was not with Lok Sabha, it was with Committee on Government Assurances. So you can easily remember, oh, assurance means now this is giving assurance that it is not going to get lapsed. Okay, you can remember by this trick. Now, position with respect to lapsing of bills. Many students get confused in these cases. Just read them, and then I'm going to simplify them for you. Just read it. I think these are visible over your screen. Some students might be watching through mobile, and those who are not able to read it in a comfortable manner, they can just open their Lakshmikant. The bill pending in the Lok Sabha lapses if Lok Sabha dissolves. Condition is, when Lok Sabha dissolves, what is going to happen? Bill not passed by two houses due to disagreement, and if President has notified the holding of joint sitting before the resolution, bill does not lapse. A bill pending in Rajya Sabha but not passed by Lok Sabha does not lapse. A bill passed by both houses pending before President does not lapse. A bill passed by both houses but returned by the President, reconsideration does not lapse. Now, how you are going to cram these? Let's understand in a simple manner. Consider that our President is having a security network. Means, whichever bill touches Honorable President, that bill is going to get security from lapse even if Lok Sabha get dissolved. You can remember this. Means, whichever bill is going to touch Honorable President is going to be presented before Honorable President, this bill will be secure. And our Lok Sabha, it is having sin, shrap, because it is getting dissolved. So consider a bill starts from Lok Sabha. Okay. Now this bill is in Lok Sabha. This is the first case. And Lok Sabha get dissolved. Now what is going to be the impact on this bill? This bill will lapse. This bill will lapse. I think it is visible to you. This bill will lapse because it was there in Lok Sabha. Now second case. Bill was passed by Lok Sabha, presented before Rajya Sabha, and now Lok Sabha lapsed because all the cases are regard to Lok Sabha lapse. So Lok Sabha lapsed. Now what is going to happen with this bill? This bill will also get lapsed. Why? Because it has already touched Lok Sabha and it has not touched the security of President, right? Now consider third case. If bill was presented in Lok Sabha, it went to Rajya Sabha, it get passed from Rajya Sabha and reaches Honorable President. Now Honorable President, when a bill touches Honorable President, it gets the security. So what is going to happen with this bill if Lok Sabha lapse? This bill will not lapse. Do not lapse. Okay. Let me put NL. Not lapsed. Clear? This case is clear? Now, okay, let me do it like this. Now, fourth, consider a bill is in Rajya Sabha. Okay, this is Rajya Sabha here, right? And this bill is in Rajya Sabha. It has not moved anywhere. And Lok Sabha lapses. What is going to happen with this bill? This bill will not lapse because it has not touched Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha is the one who is getting dissolved. Lok Sabha is the one who is having sin, right? Now, fifth, a bill introduced in Rajya Sabha, but it after getting passed from Rajya Sabha, it reaches Lok Sabha. Okay, and Lok Sabha get dissolved. What is going to happen with this bill? This bill is going to lapse. Why? It has touched Lok Sabha, right? Now, another case, sixth case. Consider a bill was passed. We were talking about Rajya Sabha now. Consider this bill was passed by Rajya Sabha. It was then presented to Lok Sabha. And then from Lok Sabha, it reached to Honorable President. And then Lok Sabha lapses. What is going to happen? This bill will get secure. It will not lapse. It has reached the President status. Means it has reached till President, right? So it is safe and secure. Now seventh case. Consider bill was released by Lok Sabha, means presented in Rajya Sabha, and then any case possible we can try from this trick. And then it is presented before Lok Sabha. But now there is a struggle there. Means what is happening? There is a deadlock condition. Deadlock means no one is agreeing to the provision which was presented by other. And there has been 6 months. 6 months has been passed. Now Honorable President has issued a letter. Honorable President has issued a letter, circular, you can remember from circle. So, and this letter says now you have to have joint sitting. Now what is going to happen if before joint sitting this Lok Sabha lapses? In this case, this bill will remain secure. It means it will not lapse. It will not lapse because through President a letter has reached the status. So President's Ashirwad has reached this bill. Protection has been provided. So in this case, it will not lapse. Okay. So by this trick, I think now you can actually easily remember all the cases here. A bill passed by both houses pending and sent to the President does not lapse. A bill passed by both houses but returned by the President reconsideration does not lapse. This is another case. Because why it is not going to lapse? Because it has already touched Honorable President. Right? So I have framed this example just to make things simple for you. Okay? I think it is clear. Now, quorum. What is quorum? I told you in the previous lecture also. Quorum is the minimum strength which is required to get House into function. That is quorum. 1/10 members are required. For example, in case of Lok Sabha, you need 55 members minimum. Then only House can function. If there are 54 members, then Speaker would say, go back your home. I'm not going to actually start the session because quorum is not complete. If there is no quorum, then what is going to be done? Adjournment ho jayega, suspension ho jayega. There will be adjournment or suspension. Voting in the House. Majority of cases, simple majority is used. Majority of votes of members present in voting. And specifically there are cases where Constitution mentions a special majority. For example, impeachment, constitutional amendment, right? So these are the two kind of voting methods which are used. Although in one of my previous Lakshmikant series video, I told you the difference between different kind of majorities, special majority, absolute majority, right? A special majority, we have cases, then effective majority, right? The presiding officer of the House does not vote in first instance. Whoever is presiding, that person needs to be neutral, right? And if there is an equality of vote, then you can vote. This is a rule. Language of Parliament, Hindi and English are languages of Parliament. Although, by getting permission from the presiding officer, any member can actually talk in his/her mother tongue. Now, a question from you. By getting permission from the Honorable President, by presiding officer, consider presiding officer, by getting permission from the presiding officer, a bill can be presented in language other than Hindi and English. It means House can conduct its functioning in other language as well, other than Hindi and English, if permission is given by Honorable Speaker in case of Lok Sabha, Honorable Chairman in case of Rajya Sabha. Now you have to tell me answer to this question in comments. Should I repeat? I'm saying officially Hindi and English are languages to conduct the function, proceedings, all the bills, right? I told you presiding officer can permit a member to address the House in mother tongue. The word is address, means you can speak, right? And the question I framed is that by getting permission from presiding officer, member can present the whole bill in mother tongue and House can conduct its proceedings after permission from presiding officer, proceedings in a language other than Hindi and English. The statement is true or false, that you have to tell me in comment box. Okay. Rights of ministers and attorney general both have one thing common. They can actually participate in proceedings of any house, means Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. But minister concerned can vote only in the House in which they are member. And attorney general obviously cannot vote, but can be there, can present. Right? If asked to speak on certain matter, then Attorney General can speak. So this is what is mentioned here. Now, two reasons. For example, consider you are member of Rajya Sabha and you are given the charge of Defence Ministry by Modi ji. Kripa hai aap par. Now, you are member of Rajya Sabha, but I am member of Lok Sabha and I am in opposition. So I want to ask some question from you. What you have done with the Rafale deal? So you are member of Rajya Sabha. So how can I ensure that you actually give your answer to the whole Lok Sabha? So there is a process to that. Process is, yes, you are a minister, you are allowed to present in both houses. So that means you are going to come to Lok Sabha and answer that question before the house. Okay, but that doesn't mean you are going to participate in any voting, right? So that is the purpose. Lame duck session. Consider elections are done and this ongoing Lok Sabha is conducting its last, you can say, session. It's like farewell. So this farewell session is known as lame duck session. Why? Because there may be many members who could not get re-elected to the house and they are called as lame ducks. Now this attempt this question, I think it is visible. No. Let me zoom in. I think now it must be visible. Let me read it out for you. If a person is elected to both the House of Parliament, he must intimate within 10 days in which house he desired to serve. First statement, you have to tell which statement is correct. 1, 2, both, neither. Member of Parliament may resign his seat by writing to the chairman of Lok Sabha and Speaker of Rajya Sabha. Now tell me which option is correct. Only one, only two, both, neither. Come on. You have 5 seconds to do that. Rapid fire. Answer is 1. Why? Those who are saying, sir, this second statement is correct. So I must say that it is a sin to say that. If someone is thinking that this statement is correct, then this thinking itself is a sinful act. Why? Because chairman of Lok Sabha is speaker in Rajya Sabha. What is this? Rajya Sabha has chairman and Lok Sabha has speaker. Right? There's a swap happened here. I think it is clear now. So I hope now this topic, this part is clear to you, right? So if you have any doubt whatsoever, you can shoot me a message on shashank.powerbeing. That's my personal Insta handle. And this PDF is going to be uploaded in Shashank Tyagi for you Telegram group. So keep learning, keep growing. See you in the next session. Hello everyone. I hope this message finds you fit and fine. My name is Shashank Tyagi. Welcome to our Lakshmikant series Kanthas Indian Polity. We are continuing our Parliament chapter. Within that, today we need to discuss devices of parliamentary proceedings. UPSC asks a statement kind of question and match the following kind of questions from this particular section. Parliamentary proceedings, what comes into your mind? Members of the House coming together and actually engaging in legislative business, right? Lawmaking process. But for that they need certain devices. Devices means processes. Okay, to do this function effectively. That is what we need to discuss. First, let's talk about what happens in Parliament, how the usual day in Parliament is slotted. First hour, 11 a.m. to 12 noon, we call it question hour. Question hour. It means members of the Parliament, they ask question from the ministers to keep the government in check. They represent people, right? From 12 noon to 1 p.m., we call it 0 hour. 0 hour is not mentioned in our constitution, even not mentioned in rules and procedures of Parliament. Okay, so but it represents people. In the 0 hour, you can actually raise matters of public importance. Okay, then 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. you have lunch, go to parliamentary canteen, you have subsidized food waiting for you. Then 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. in case of Lok Sabha, real government business happens. The agenda of the day means which bill need to be discussed. So everything happens, major work happens in this slot. In case of Rajya Sabha, this is 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Okay, so law making process happen in this slot. It is clear to you? Now, question hour. Let's take them one by one. First hour, I told you, members ask questions and ministers usually give answer. So you have three type of questions. Number one, a start question. Most important one. Asterisk sign is also used. Okay. In case of start question, the concerned minister has to give an oral answer. Okay. You have to stand up in the house and give oral answer. Okay. And the other person who has asked this question, if you're not satisfied, you can ask counter question. You can ask supplementary question from that particular minister. Okay. One point you need to actually know. Consider you want to ask question from Minister for Defence. It's not like you are going to stand on this day, since question hour is working, I want to ask question from Modi ji. No. You have to send this question in advance sometimes 1 month, 1.5 months before, and you send this question not directly to the concerned minister, you have to send this question to Lok Sabha Speaker in case we are talking about Lok Sabha. In case of Rajya Sabha, you have to send this question to Rajya Sabha Chairman. Then these presiding officers, they are going to send this question to the respective minister. Okay, and now minister is not actually making the answer. Who is making the answer? IAS officers, right? So officers actually make the answer. Actually staff makes the answer on the ground, then officer check, do the dictation work, and then brief the concerned minister. Sir, this question was asked from you in Lok Sabha, and this is the answer we have framed, and we have double checked everything, because if you actually give wrong data, then privilege motion can be actually leveled against that particular minister, right? So this is a very important work. I remember my days in Delhi Legislative, in Delhi Secretariat. So when Delhi Legislative Assembly used to start, session used to start, so we were totally absorbed in this question and answer stuff. Coordinate with department, double check with the data, then frame the answer, then reframe the answer, and then, the secretary, means the topmost officer in the ministry, then our secretary used to, you can say, brief the concerned minister. Now, unstarred question, on the other hand, requires a written answer, and hence supplementary questions cannot follow. Supplementary questions cannot follow. In this case, just give written reply. No need of oral answer. So this is the top category. This is the second category of question. Important questions are categorized as starred question. Okay. Now short notice question. If, as I told you, sometimes questions are given 1.5 months back, because you have to check the data from the ground. So if time is given less than 10 days and speaker thinks, oh, you are late, but your question seems important, in this case it is termed as short notice question. Okay. And it is answered orally. Okay. Now 0R, the next star we are talking about. So it is informal device available to the members of the parliament to raise matters without any prior notice. Informal device, please remember it. The time gap between the question hour and the agenda means 12 to 1 we are talking about. 1 to 2 you have lunch. It is an Indian innovation and actually field of parliament procedures, and has been in existence since 1962. Please remember, it is an Indian innovation. Okay, and it is an informal device. Now, 0R is not defined anywhere, neither in constitution nor in the parliamentary procedures. Okay, so this you need to remember. This can be a direct statement, in your question. Now, let's talk about motions. For example, you have particular opinion on a particular issue that concerned minister has not done enough, or you want a house to realize that this is an important matter. So how you can actually ensure that other members are actually, you can say, agreeing with you, or to check whether other members are disagreeing with you? What's the you can say, stand of house on this matter? So we can check this by use of motions. Okay. So no discussion on a matter of general public importance can take place except on a motion made with consent of presiding officer. So what house actually wants, it is decided by how many people are supporting the motion you have raised. Okay, it is like you want to discuss something. Okay, you want to check what majority of members believe in. So you raise this matter to the presiding officer. Sir, I want to raise this motion. Then speaker in case of Lok Sabha will say, okay, I'm allowing you to raise this motion. Okay, so you'll raise this motion so that it can be, now this matter can be discussed. Okay. So the House expresses its decisions, opinions on various issues through the adoption or rejection of motion. This is exactly what I have explained to you. I think it is clear now. Please remember, it can be either moved by minister or a private member. Now there are three principal categories of motion. Number one, substantive motion. Substantive motion. I hope it is visible to you. Now substantive word represent that this motion is complete in itself. It is quite extensive motion, self-contained independent proposal dealing with a very important matter like impeachment of the president, removal of chief election commissioner. So these are important matter. You want to see whether House agrees with you that this is an important matter and we should do something about it. So this is a substantive motion. Second is this substitute motion. What is the meaning of word substitute? Means It is like a replacement, right? So that is exactly the meaning of this motion. It is a motion that is moved in substitution of an original motion. Okay, a particular motion was raised and now substitute motion is raised. So if speaker accepts, yes, I'm allowing the substitute motion, it means now House need to discuss this. Now we can replace the earlier motion. Okay. So alternative to it, if adopted by the House, it supersedes the original motion. Supersedes the original motion, the motion which was initially raised. Now subsidiary. What is the meaning of subsidiary? Subsidiary is like a component of the main thing. Okay, so subsidiary motion is actually component of the main motion. For example, you raised a particular matter and you started discussing it and you want House to adopt it or reject it, whatever is going to happen. Now you find, or someone found, there's another matter which is also connected to this core matter which you have raised. Then that person can say, oh, since House is discussing that, let's discuss this additional matter also. So how this person can actually put his voice. So this person is going to raise this matter before the speaker. Sir, please allow me to put this subsidiary motion. This is subsidiary, a component of the original motion which is in place. So it is a motion that is itself no meaning, cannot state a decision of the House without reference to the original motion. Okay. So proceedings also, it is divided into 3 subsections. For example, ancillary motion used for regular way of proceeding with the various kind of business. It is regular kind of. A matter of original motion is there and you find that this is a subsidiary. So this can be an ancillary. Superseding motion, it is moved in the course of debate on another issue and seek to supersede that issue. You want to supersede that earlier issue. You think this particular matter is more important. That is why House should discuss this. Amendment to seek, modify or substitute only a part of original motion. Now amendment as a subsidiary motion, it means you want to change some component of the original motion. Please remember, ancillary motion, supplementary motion and this amendment. Ancillary, supplementary and amendment. This ASA is only connected with original motion because all of them are subsidiary motion. They should be actually coming as a component, as an additional part of this original motion. Okay. You have to give reference to this original motion. Okay. Now closure motion. What is the meaning of close? It means you are saying, let's close this issue, what we are discussing. Okay. It is a motion moved by a member to cut short the debate on a matter before the House. Let's cut short the debate. If motion is approved by the House, debate is stopped. If you have raised the motion, sir, we have discussed enough on this issue, so I want to raise closer motion. Then speaker would say, okay, I am accepting the closer motion. Let's put this motion to vote. And if majority of members say, yes, I am support of closer motion, it means these people are agreeing enough is discussed. Enough bol bachan is done. Let's put this matter to the end. Let's put this matter to the vote. So this is closure motion. Okay. Now closure motion have its own types. Simple closure. First, it is one when a member moves that matter having been sufficiently discussed and now put to vote. Please remember, UPSC play on these intricacies. In simple closure, also we are closing. But the difference is, matter has been sufficiently discussed. It is already discussed. And that is why you want to close. Okay, objective is it is sufficiently discussed. Next is closure by compartment. Closure by compartment. In this case, clauses of a bill or lengthy resolutions are grouped into parts before the commencement of the debate. So in this simple closure, matter was sufficiently discussed. But in case of closure by compartment, you are saying before debate starts, let's do one thing. If this particular bill is having, say, 10 major portions, let's divide this bill into 5 portions. Each portion having, say, two major you can say areas. So in this case, now you need not to actually discuss all these 10 provisions in detail. You just need to go to 5 ones so that you can actually simplify the, you can say, procedure here. You can save the time. So the debate covers the part as a whole and the entire part is put to vote. This is turning it into compartment. But everything is covered. I said 10 points were there, but we categorized them into 5. So everything was covered, but we grouped them. In case of kangaroo closure, What is the meaning? How kangaroo actually walks? You remember, kangaroo jumps. For example, these are the provisions. So kangaroo will jump from 1 to 3, then 3 to 6, 6 to 9, or say 9 to 20. So it means in kangaroo we actually jump on most important provisions. We leave other things which are there. Under this type, only important clauses are taken up for debate and voting, and the intervening clauses are skipped and taken as passed. For that we consider, okay, these are discussed, these are passed. So there are certain clauses which are not even discussed in kangaroo motion. We just jump on important provisions. Okay. Then we have guillotine clause. Guillotine closure. It was in news also because our current government used it during the budget process. Guillotine means no discussion is required. Let's put the matter to the vote without discussion. So guillotine name is taken from a device which was used in England for executing people. Means you put the head of a person on a stone, and then there's a blade which is going to fall down, and the end. So it is one when undiscussed clauses of a bill or resolution are put to vote, also put to vote, undiscussed, with the discussed ones, and want time to, you want to save time, right? So government was criticized on this part. Why you have used guillotine motion in case of guillotine closure motion in case of budget? Budget need to be discussed, it need to be debated. Some other party, some other people may have actually some solid argument which you can include in your budget, right? So guillotine, I hope it is clear to you. Just put the matter to vote. Privilege motion. Remember, privilege motion is raised against a minister. For example, if a minister has broken the privilege of the House, for example, a minister has given distorted facts in the answer, withholding facts, certain facts are not shared before the House, although House asks these facts. So in this case, privilege motion can be raised. What is the meaning of privilege? Privilege motion. It means we want to censor that particular minister. We want to make that minister realize that you have done wrong. Censor that concerned minister. Please remember, privilege motion is not against the whole government. Privilege motion is just against that particular minister. Okay, UPSC will try to make trap by confusing you how privilege motion is against every minister, whole government. No. Okay. Calling attention motion. From name, what do you think it is? Introduced in Parliament by a member to call attention of a minister. Calling attention, call attention of a minister on a matter of urgent public importance. To seek an authoritative statement, we want minister to answer. India wants to know. Like the 0R, it is also an Indian innovation in parliamentary procedures. Now, see the difference. And has been in existence in 1954. However, unlike the 0R, it is mentioned in rules of procedure. So what you got? 0R is not mentioned in rules of procedure. 0R is not mentioned in Constitution. But calling attention motion is mentioned in rules of procedure of the House. Okay? Not mentioned in Constitution. Okay? Rules of procedure, it is within them, it is mentioned. Now, adjournment motion. In the previous class, this adjournment word was used twice. Adjournment and adjournment sign die. That is quite clear to you now, right? Adjournment motion. If there's urgent matter which you need to put before the House, and it is very specific, factual, not general, then adjournment motion can be used. Introduced in Parliament, definite matter, urgent public importance, needs support of at least 50 members. Then only this particular motion can be used. It involves element of censure against the government. Okay, in privilege motion, we were raising censure against the minister. Okay, but minister was not losing his seat. Okay, be sure of that. Now, when it comes to adjournment motion, government is not going to fall down, right? But we are censoring government that this is an important matter and you have not done enough. Now, please also remember this adjournment motion is used in case of Lok Sabha, not in case of Rajya Sabha. Why? Because you are censoring the government, and government is there because government enjoys majority in Lok Sabha. Discussion on adjournment motion should not last not less than 2 hours and 30 minutes. Means at least, since it's an urgent matter, you should give at least 2 hours 30 minutes for this matter. Now, what are the restrictions with respect to adjournment motion? Means adjournment motion can be raised only in what cases? Should raise a matter which is definite, factual, urgent importance. It should not cover more than one matter. It should be on one matter specifically. Restricted to a specific matter, you cannot have general, debate. Should not frame a general discussion, not raise a question of privilege. Okay? You should not revive discussion which has already been done within that particular session. Should not deal with any matter under adjudication of court. If court is already having this case, then you cannot discuss that matter in the House using adjournment motion. It should not raise any question that is raised on a distinct motion, which has already been raised in distinct motion. Okay? It should be specific, factual, definite, urgent public importance. Now let's discuss the difference between censure motion and no confidence motion. Censure. What is the meaning of censure? It means you want to pinpoint on a particular minister, you have done this thing wrong and House knows. So it should state the reasons for the adoption in Lok Sabha. Means you want to censor a minister, you should give the reason what wrong that person has done. But in case of no confidence motion, already used in Lok Sabha, you need not to give the reason, because purpose is quite clear that this government is not enjoying majority of the Lok Sabha, right? So need not to state the reason. Please remember, a question can be raised, a statement can be made from here in upcoming prelims also. Now, moved against an individual minister, censor, or group of minister, but in case of no confidence motion, it is raised against the whole government, means Council of Minister. Okay, no confidence motion cannot be used against a particular minister or group of minister. It can be actually raised against the Council of Minister only. Because purpose of no confidence is that we want to state that this government has no right to actually continue, because this government is not enjoying majority in the Lok Sabha. It is moved for censoring the Council of Minister for a specific policies in action, because you are giving the reason, right? It is moved to ascertain the confidence of the Lok Sabha, to check whether this government is having majority support in Lok Sabha or not. It is passed in the Lok Sabha, the Council of Ministers need not to resign. After censure motion, need not to resign. But in case of no confidence motion, if it is passed, it means you cannot continue now, because you are not having majority, right? And tell me, if no confidence motion is getting passed from Lok Sabha, what does it mean? It means that current government is actually not having majority support. Because this current government was made because more than 50% of the total seats in the Lok Sabha belongs to this particular party. And if no confidence motion is getting passed, it means their own people are not their own people now, right? So this is the, you can say, analysis, or you can say difference between censure and no confidence. Clear? Motion of thanks. Now our president gets two chances to actually come to the House and give a speech. Those chances are first session every year. When I say every year, every fiscal year. First session after general election. Okay, so there president will come and he will give his speech, or she will give his speech. Now, president outlines the policies, programs of the government in the preceding year and ensuing year. What you have done and what is going to be done. Then there is motion of thanks, okay, that this thing has been done. Now, motion of thanks, you should not take it lightly. Why? At the end of the discussion, the motion is put to vote. And motion must be passed in the House. And if it is not passed in the House, it means the current government is not having majority. Otherwise, it amounts to defeat of the government. Obviously, this is going to pass in the Lok Sabha, right? Because current government is having majority, that is why they are having government. The inaugural speech of the president is on the occasion available to the members of parliament to raise discussion, debate. So they can raise discussion, debate. Whatever president has said, we do not agree fully. And you would think, oh, these members can actually raise point against the speech which was given by president. Yes. You know why? Because a speech was not given by honorable president on his own. The speech was not actually made by, were not representing the original views of president. Actually, this speech is also decided by Council of Ministers of the time. Okay, and there was one minister, one president, Mr. K.R. Narayan, he raised an objection on this issue. He said, no, I am going to give my own speech. And at that point, the government of the time said, no, sir, you cannot give, because this is the convention. Council of Ministers is going to give you the speech and you have to read that. Okay? So otherwise it will be considered as violation of Constitution. And you know what happens when Constitution is violated by President? Impeachment happens. Now, point of order. What do you deduce from the word point of order? It means something is not in order and you want to bring back into order. It means if member thinks that House is not working as per the rules and procedure, so now member can raise this point of order. Honorable Speaker, I think House is not running as per the rules and procedures. A member can raise a point order when proceedings of the House do not follow the normal rules of procedures. Okay? Should relate to the interpretation and enforcement of the rules of the House. If it is not running as per the rules, then it need to be enforced. It need to be interpreted. Raised by an opposition member in order to bring the government under control. Extraordinary device, it is as it suspend the proceedings before the House. Enough is enough. Whatever you are doing, it is not working as per rule. Let's bring the rule back. No debate is allowed on point of order. Now, half an hour discussion. Now, there are some time slot based discussions. For example, half an hour discussing a matter of sufficient public importance, which has been subjected to a lot of debate and the answer to which needs elucidation on a matter of fact. You need more clarity on that. Now you would be thinking, sir, if question hour is there, 0 hour is there, why you have this half an hour discussion? My friends, crucial element of democracy is deliberation, discussion. That is why these tools are given in our parliamentary procedures. That if some matter is not discussed in 0 hour, some matter is not raised in question hour, you have these slots in that you can discuss important matters. A speaker can allot 3 days in a week for such discussion. So at least you know in 3 days the slot is available, we can do the discussion. No formal motion, no voting can happen when it comes to half-hour discussion. Short duration discussion, 2 hour discussion. So this is half-hour discussion, this is 2 hour discussion. This is another device. You have another slot available, right? So the time allotted should not exceed 2 hours. Matter of urgent public importance, here also speaker can allot 2 days in a week. So there, you are having 3 days in a week, half-hour discussion, 2 days in a week in 2 hour discussion, or you can say short duration. Easily remember, 2 hour discussion, 2 days in a week. Half-hour discussion, slot is half, so you can give more days, 3 days in a week. There is neither a formal, no, it is same. No formal motion, no voting can happen in this short duration motion. Existence since 1953. Data is not important. Resolution are different from motions in what respect? So till now we were discussing motions. Now there's another word, resolution. Okay? So what is the difference? Major difference. In case of resolution, if a matter is issued and we are saying we want to bring this resolution, it means voting is going to happen. Voting is going to happen. But in case of motions, there are some motions in which voting is not necessary. But in case of resolution, voting is necessary. Why? Because purpose of resolution is to actually have an impact outside or impact inside out of this resolution. Means how House has this stand and this stand should have this impact. But this is not a necessary condition in case of motions. All resolutions come in the category of substantive motions. All resolutions come in the category of substantive motion. What was substantive motion? Independent, extensive, complete motion, right? That is to say, every resolution is a particular type of motion. All motions need not necessarily be substantive, right? That is why we discussed subsidiary, substitute. Further, all motions are not necessarily put to vote. I have already told you. The House, whereas all resolutions are required to put to vote. Why? I told you the reason. Because some action need to be taken. Resolutions, a member can move resolution to draw attention of the House or government to a matter of general public importance. Discussion on resolution is strictly relevant and within the scope of resolution. You cannot go beyond that. Member who has moved the resolution or amendment cannot actually withdraw the same except by the leave of the House. If you have started a resolution, now you cannot say, no, I am taking resolution back. No. Matter has been put, means you have raised this matter. Now it is up to House whether they want to give up or not. 3 categories. I hope it is visible to you. Private member resolution, with name you can, I think it is quite clear, means this resolution is raised by private member. It is discussed only on alternate Fridays. That's a fact. and afternoon sittings. The purpose is, or you can say differentiation is, it is raised by a private member. Government resolution, it means it is moved by a particular minister. Okay. Statutory resolution, it can be actually raised by both private as well as government, means minister, moved by either private member or minister. Statutory. Now, why we call it statutory? What is the meaning of statute? Statute means law. So it is so called because it is a way always tabled in pursuance of a provision of constitution or a law. Means you want clarity of the house, you want to bring this clarity that house is having this stand on this law. House is having this stand on this particular constitutional provision. For that, you bring statutory resolution. Please remember it. Okay, UPSC can play on the application part, like I have explained. Youth Parliament. This is a basic term. Actually, this is a device so that our youth can be, associated with the parliamentary procedure. It means they can know what happens in Parliament. They say that acquaint the younger generation with the practices, imbibe the spirit of discipline and tolerance, like our parliamentarians have this discipline and tolerance, in quite, we should not comment. Now, inculcate in a student community on the basic values of democracy. Parliamentary Affairs provides necessary training, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, so that youth can be encouraged to actually engage with what happens in our democracy. So I hope these devices are clear to you now, right? This PDF is going to be available in Shashank Tyagi for you Telegram group. If you have any doubt whatsoever, you can shoot me a message on my personal Insta handle, shashank.powerbeing. I would be happy to help you out. See you in the next video. Till then, keep learning, keep growing. Hello everyone. I hope this message finds you fit and fine. My name is Shashank Tyagi. Welcome to our Lakshmikant series contest. We are continuing our Parliament chapter, and within that today, we need to talk about legislative procedure. It means you have to turn a bill into an act. Now, what is the step-by-step process? This is called legislative procedure. First, you need to introduce that bill, right? Then it needs to be published in Gazette. Gazette is like an official newspaper of government in which government publishes bills, act, notices. Now, here's a question for you. You need to search and tell me in the comment which ministry at the union level is responsible for publishing Gazette and which department within that ministry. UPSC play on these facts, okay? Second, then we go to first reading. So what is first reading? We are going to talk in detail as well. Then comes select committee, means this bill is referred to a committee. Then second reading, then third reading, then bill in the other house, so in the other house as well, we are going to have these three readings, and then president assent, and then it turns into a law. Now, one question must be coming in your mind. Sir, what is this first, second, and third reading? What happens there? And why we are actually reading a bill 3 times? So let's understand in step-by-step manner. Introduction. So bill is introduced in Parliament. So in which house that bill is going to be introduced? It also depends on the nature of bill. Okay. For that, we need to understand type of bill. One criteria of categorizing is on the basis of who is presenting that bill. Who is presenting or introducing that bill? On this basis, we categorize it into 2 parts. One is private bill, second is public bill. Public bill means a minister is actually bringing this bill. Then it is a public bill. If any member of parliament other than minister is presenting a bill, then it is a private member bill. Now tell me, is there any exceptional circumstance where a private person, it means any person who is not actually member of a house, can this person actually present a particular bill in house? No. Some people actually misconstrued. Private means I'm not a member of house, I may be considered as private. No. When I use the word private member, it simply means a member of parliament who is not a minister. Okay. So this is on the basis of who actually introduces that bill. Okay. Second criteria is based on the content of the bill. What is there in the bill? Based on the matter. So first is ordinary bill, most common. Now, what is ordinary bill? Any bill which is not financial in nature, or which is not talking about amending our constitution. Now that bill is considered as ordinary bill. Okay. Second is money bill. So what constitutes a money bill? It is defined in our constitution, Article 110. And who decides whether a bill is a money bill or not? This responsibility is solely in the hand of Lok Sabha Speaker. Please remember, Speaker Lok Sabha, no one else. Rajya Sabha Chairman, I'm not saying, okay? Only Lok Sabha Speaker. You know why? Why only Lok Sabha Speaker? Because this bill can only be introduced in Lok Sabha. It is going to be presented in Rajya Sabha as well. But introduction, it means for the first time, it is presented only in Lok Sabha. Okay, we are going to discuss this in detail today also, because we are going to talk about categorization of these bills and how it is, what are the conditions associated with money bill. One question is actually asked. This is the important section here. Okay, then finance bills. Now remember, in general connotation, when I say finance, so finance means any matter which is related to taxation, revenue collection, right? So this seems to be finance bill, right? So what is the difference between money bill and finance bill then? My friends, when our constitution makers use this word finance bill, so they used in very technical sense. In general, money bill is also considered as finance bill. But when we divide the bills on the basis of what matter is there, in that sense, finance bill word is used only for those bills which are not money bill. It means there's a bill. And within this bill, there are, say, 50 points, 50 clauses. And out of these 50 clauses, you saw that around 10-15 clauses were related to taxation or revenue matters, right? And you were a minister. You presented this bill before Speaker, sir. Please declare this as money bill, because please see, we have financial matters and tax matters in this bill. Now, Speaker might say, there are sections, but the whole bill is not about taxation or revenue. So I'm not declaring this as money bill, and this is complete authority in the hands of Lok Sabha Speaker. So if a speaker declares that I'm not considering this bill as money bill, then it will be regarded as finance bill. So which are also concerned with financial matter but are different from money bill. Okay. Now Constitution Amendment Bill, name itself is actually signifying it. A bill which proposes amendment. When I say amendment, what does it mean? It means you want to add something in constitution, you want to remove something from constitution, you want to alter language in our constitution. Then we call it Constitution Amendment Bill. Okay. So these are the 4 broad categories of bill on the basis of matter. And this categorization of bill is on the basis of who is introducing that bill. I hope this is clear. Now, public bill and private bill. Like I told you, the difference is there, right? Now, it is introduced in Parliament by minister, told you. Private bill introduced by a member of Parliament who is not a minister. This is for your quick revision. It reflects policies of the government. Okay, because minister is actually presenting this bill, right? It reflects a stand of opposition. Generally, private member bill are introduced by some member who is not part of ruling party. Okay. It has greater chance to be approved in Parliament. Why greater chance? Because in Lok Sabha, who is having majority? The ruling party, right? So it means ruling party will say, oh, our minister is proposing this bill. Then, okay, we have to give this bill a pass, right? They are going to use the whip. I told you about the whip in the previous session. Whip, a direction by the party through a person who is regarded as whip, that on this bill, these members, the BJP members or Congress members, whoever is the party we are talking about, then they need to get it passed. Then members are going to say, yes, we are passing it. We are supporting it. But when it comes to private member bill, it has lesser chance. Why? Because you need Vishesh Kripa. You need support of that party who is having more than 50% seat in Lok Sabha, right? That is why it is having lesser chance to get passed. Its rejection by the House amounts to expression of wants of parliamentary confidence. Consider, minister has introduced a bill, okay, on say Aadhaar, Okay, they want to give some new status to Aadhaar. Okay, now it is introduced in Lok Sabha. Now it need to be passed. But what we found that it failed to get even simple majority. What does it signify? It signifies this minister and this ruling party is not having majority support in Lok Sabha. How it happened? So it means your confidence will be checked now. It can actually amount to resignation of the whole Council of Ministers. Right? Because if this minister, this government is not able to pass their own bill, it means they are not having majority support. Now, when it comes to private member bill, its reaction by the House has no implication. These are opposition people, right? So, its introduction in the House requires 7 days notice. So, please remember this fact because nowadays UPSC makes some statements on these basic facts. Okay, 7 days notice, and here it requires 1 month notice. You have to give 1 month notice, then only you can introduce this bill. Okay, so which bill you think is having priority? Public bill is having priority in the eyes of House, right? Because only on 7 days notice you can introduce this bill. Now, it is drafted by the concerned department. For example, say Ministry of Home Affairs, they want to bring a certain bill, okay, for strengthening internal security of India. So they have the whole department for them, right? The officers there, legal consultants there, they are going to help this minister to actually draft this bill, okay? But what about private member? So private member is not a minister, he is not having department support. So drafting is the responsibility of the member concerned. You have to draft this bill on your own, okay? So this is the difference. I hope it is clear. Yes or no? Okay. Now, let's talk about these bills one by one. First, ordinary bill. Every ordinary bill has to pass through the following 5 stages in Parliament. This is first reading. So, introduction happened, gazette notification happened. Now, first reading is happening. Now, what happens in first reading? Just listen to me. If you're a minister, so you will stand up, you will be given time. So you will actually read out the title and the objective which you think is going to be solved through this particular bill. So it means first reading is brief in nature. Okay, it is brief. There will not be any elaboration there or too much elaboration there. There will not be any debate in first reading. Okay, then this particular matter, this bill is going to be referred to a select committee. Select committee means certain parliamentarians are given responsibility that you are part of this committee. Since this bill is related to your topic, now you need to discuss it on your own. You 6-7 people, you discuss it. It can save time of the House. For example, certain MPs, they are part of, say, a standing committee on coal and energy. Okay, so you got a news that India is having shortage of coal. Okay, and we are purchasing coal from, say, from any other country. And government is making some law with regard to leasing of coal mines in India. Now, in first reading, you don't have to debate this bill. Okay, first 5-6 members who are, we think that they are provided with some legal assistant as well, legislative assistant as well. They are going to have this bill. They are going to discuss this bill within this committee. So then it is referred to select committee. Then comes the second reading. Now, second reading is, this is the main thing. The main work happens here. Means after select committee has also given their judgment. So this is the concise report which we think these problems are going to solve by this bill. Now, exhaustive debate happens in second reading. Debate. Okay. If other members wants to say, no, we want this amendment, we want this to be changed, we are not agreeing with this provision. So everything happened in this second reading. Then comes the third reading. Third reading is the final step. It means now we are going to decide, are we going to amend some provision here or not? Then voting is going to happen here. When voting is done, then after this third reading, the presiding officer of the House, for example, in case of Lok Sabha Speaker, now Speaker will actually issue a letter along with this document. Consider this is the document. Okay, so this is the bill, along with this bill, there will be a letter attached by the Lok Sabha Speaker, and Lok Sabha Speaker is going to send this letter to Rajya Sabha in case of this bill being introduced in Lok Sabha. Now, in case of Rajya Sabha chairman will receive this letter along with this document. Okay, now this bill need to be discussed in Rajya Sabha as well. Then Rajya Sabha is also going to have this 1, 2, 3 reading. When it is passed, then this bill is presented to Honorable President. When President gives assent, then this bill turns into an act. But what if things don't go the way these are mentioned here? What if Rajya Sabha, the second house, it says, I'm not agreeing with this bill? What is going to happen then? Even if Rajya Sabha agrees and this bill is sent to President and President is not signing that bill, what options President is having with respect to ordinary bill? So these questions should come in your mind, and let's discuss these questions as well. First reading. Now just read in detail so that you are clear with every point, because UPSC plays in detail, right? Devil is in detail, and we cannot leave any detail. Just read. An ordinary bill can be introduced in either house. Either house. Whether you can introduce in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. If it is introduced in Rajya Sabha, then Rajya Sabha will be considered as first house, first reading, second reading, third reading. Then Rajya Sabha chairman will paste a letter, sign and the copy, and send this bill to Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha will be considered as second house. Then first, second, third reading, and then it will be presented to Honorable President. Right? The member who wants to introduce the bill, or the bill can be introduced either by minister or any other member. Okay? Why I'm highlighting on these specifics? Because in other cases, in other bills, if we twist these specifics, then UPSC can ask you, by twisting these specifics, okay, now tell me the statement is true or false. Because we are talking about ordinary bill, first reading. What if in case of money bill, they make the statement, money bill can be introduced by minister or any other member, means private member. So now you should be clear. First reading of ordinary bill is being discussed, not money bill. Okay? And everything in polity is having a sound logic. Just understand the logic. Just grab the essence of Indian polity, and then everything is like cakewalk. Everything is logically connected. It is not like cramming only. Okay, there's a purpose behind it. Why things are planned in this manner. The member who wants to introduce the bill has to ask for the leave of the House. Now, leave is not that I'm going on leave. It is like permission. When the House grants the leave to introduce the bill, the mover of the bill introduced by reading the title and objective. Told you in first reading what you need to do, title and objective. No discussion means what we are reading is already being told to you. Okay, this is just to settle these things in your mind. No discussion on the bill takes place at this stage. Later, the bill is published in Gazette of India. If the bill is published in Gazette before its introduction, it can also be a case. Before introduction, this bill was actually introduced in Gazette. Now, some of you might think, sir, how this can happen? If it is not introduced, how is it published in Gazette? What happens? Sometimes Lok Sabha Speaker has not given, there are so many bills pending, so not given enough time to actually, slot to introduce that bill. Okay, that bill is ready with the government, so government want to circulate it so that other suggestions can also come. In that case, it can be introduced before introduction of the bill as well. Okay, the bill is published in Gazette of India, so leave of the House to introduce the bill is not necessary. Now, these are the facts on which UPSC can play. Okay, if it is already you can say published in Gazette, then you not permission of House. You don't need permission of House to introduce the bill in that House, whether Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, because we are talking about either House. The introduction of the bill and its publication in the Gazette constitute the first reading in the House. Means introduction of the bill, its publication in the Gazette. These both are considered under first reading. Okay. Now, second reading. I told you this is the most important one where discussion elaboration happens. Detailed scrutiny assumes its final shape. Okay, detailed scrutiny. Now, within second reading, we have three stages, three sub-stages. First, a stage of general discussion. Committee stage, because this bill has been referred to a select committee, and then committee is discussing it, then committee is going to present its own views. Now consideration stage. So it means general discussion happened, committees went into specifics, then committee gave report, and then consideration stage. Okay, that now this bill is going to be presented before the whole house. Now the third reading. At this stage, the debate is confined to acceptance or rejection. I told you third reading is like voting stage, whether you want to accept it or reject it. Of the whole, no amendments are allowed. No amendments are allowed in this third stage. Why? Because if you want any amendment, then when you are doing detailed scrutiny and then you were talking about final shape in second reading, you should have added it there, right? If the majority of members present in voting accepts, what does it mean? We are talking about ordinary bill, and in case of ordinary bill, you need simple majority to get the bill passed, either from Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Okay? Thereafter, the bill is authenticated by the presiding officer. As I told you, the presiding officer is going to paste a letter of the house, transmitted to the second house that, this is passed from my house, now onus is on you. Ball is in your court now. A bill is deemed to have been passed by the parliament only when both the houses agree to it, either with or without amendment. I mean, both should actually agree. Then it is going to be passed by both houses. Bill in the second house. When it goes to second house, as I told you, bill passes through all three stages. Same. Title, objective. Second stage, what was happening in second stage? Tell me. Exhaustive discussion, final shape, scrutiny, right? Three sub-stages, committee, consideration, right? General discussion. I hope it is clear to you. It should be, remembered by you until now. Okay. Now, when three readings have happened, now what are the alternatives with this house? Is it mandatory for this house to accept it? No. It may pass the bill as sent by the first house. The way they have sent the bill, it can pass it. I am agree. Second choice is, they may pass the bill, but with certain amendment, that we want these changes. Now, if Lok Sabha is the first house, they have introduced the bill and they have cleared the bill and it is sent to Rajya Sabha, and Rajya Sabha has said, no, we need certain amendment. So now, after you have proposed amendment, it is not like you can directly jump onto the stage of president, because you have made certain changes in the house, changes in the bill, which are not agreed upon by Lok Sabha, right? So both houses should agree on a particular format of a bill, then only it can be presented to Honorable President. Please remember it. Both houses should agree on a particular format of the bill, means content of the bill, then it is going to be presented before Honorable President. Okay? Now, if you have proposed amendment, it means now you need to send this bill back to the Lok Sabha, okay, and return it to the first house. If you are not agreeing with, then return it to the first house. Third option is, it may reject the bill. It may say, no, I am not passing this bill. So this can also be done by Rajya Sabha in case of ordinary bill. It may not take any action, no action. We have not said yes, we have not amended, we have not said even no, we are not doing anything. So here you are having yes, here you are doing some amendment, here you are saying no, and here you are not doing anything. So these are the four options with the second house. Okay, second house means if it is introduced in Lok Sabha and coming to Rajya Sabha, then Rajya Sabha is second house. If it is introduced in Rajya Sabha, coming to Lok Sabha, then Lok Sabha is the second house. Lok Sabha can also have these four options. Okay. Now conditions. If the second house passes the bill without any amendment, the first case means yes case. The first house accepts the amendment suggested by the second house. The bill is deemed to have been passed by both the houses. If you accept it the way it is, it means you have passed it and it is sent to President for his assent. If the first house rejects its amendments, consider Rajya Sabha made certain amendment, send this back to Lok Sabha first house, but Lok Sabha is saying I am not agreeing with the amendments you have said. I am not agreeing. This is not fine. This is cheating. You should have agreed. So what is going to happen? Now the second house reject the bill altogether, or second house does not take any action for 6 months. There can be a situation of deadlock. Rajya Sabha made certain amendment to a bill which was proposed by Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha saying, I'm not agreeing with the amendment. So it means both the houses are not in consensus. This can be a situation of deadlock if this pursue for 6 months. For 6 months, nothing happened on this bill. In this case, President has one power. President can summon a joint sitting. Means, what happens if there is conflict? If the consensus is not arrived, both parties need to sit together. This is exactly President do. So we call it joint sitting. Joint sitting is presided by the Speaker of Lok Sabha. Now tell me, who has more members in House? Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha? Lok Sabha. Right? And why Rajya Sabha chairman was not given this power to preside joint sitting? Because Rajya Sabha chairperson is not a member of any house, whether Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. He is an ex officio position. It's an ex officio position. Right? Whoever is vice president is chairman of Rajya Sabha. So Speaker of Lok Sabha is going to preside. Now tell me, if Lok Sabha is a number and you have to discuss it and then get this bill passed, now tell me, who is going to actually win? Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, if we talk about numerical strength? Lok Sabha, obviously. 543, 250 maximum. There's a huge difference. Right? So that is why it is said that more power is in the hands of Lok Sabha. Because even if joint sitting happens, then Lok Sabha, due to its more numerical strength, they can actually pass this bill. To resolve such deadlock, President summoned the joint sitting. Please remember, joint sitting is summoned by President. The majority of members present in voting, joint sitting approves the bill and the bill is deemed to be passed by both houses. Then it is presented before Honorable President for its assent. Clear? Now comes the time of, say, chance of Honorable President. What President can do? Give assent, agree that okay, I'm agreeing on this bill. Withhold his assent, rejecting it means. May return the bill for reconsideration. That I'm attaching some advice. Now just consider my advice. So this can also be done by Honorable President. But you also know that if House passes this bill again, may accept President's recommendation or may not accept President's recommendation. This time, when this bill is again presented before Honorable President, now President is bound to give assent. Okay, I hope you remember I discussed this in President chapter with you in veto, suspensive veto, and it can be applied for one time, right? Means you can send the bill back for reconsideration once. Told you about 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, 44th Constitutional Amendment Act. Polity should actually come in your mind like this. It is interlinked. Okay? You should not read it in silos. Ki, this was covered there and now we are in different topic. No, you should recall. If the President gives assent to the bill, then bill becomes an act. Job done. Congratulations. Now, if the President withholds his assent, it ends and does not become an act. I also told you the situation when it can happen. In case of private member bill, Council of Ministers can advise to Honorable President, sir, though this bill got passed from Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, we were supporting this bill earlier as well in Lok Sabha, but now we are suggesting you just withhold this bill. President can reject that bill. In case of government bill, public bill, what can happen? It was passed from Lok Sabha, then Rajya Sabha, presented before Honorable President, but now that Lok Sabha got dissolved, new elections happened, fresh elections, and now new government, new parties there, and now new Prime Minister saying, oh, this bill was actually bill belonging to the previous Prime Minister, previous government. Now, Honorable President just reject this bill. So this rejection can happen, withhold can happen. Okay? If President returned the bill for reconsideration, passed by both the houses again with or without amendment, presented to the President for his assent, President must give assent to the bill. I told you also. President enjoys the power of suspensive veto. It is applied once, means you send this for reconsideration once. Now money bill, Article 110. Now what is money bill? Anything, any bill which is having some provisions of money is money bill. Is it the case? No. We need to be specific. Money bill is mentioned in Article 110. So what the conditions are? Any bill which is talking about imposition, abolition, remission, alteration, regulation of any tax. This is one condition. Means you are adding some tax, you are removing some tax, you are altering some tax, you are regulating some tax. Earlier, this tax collection, tax decision power was this body, say GST Council, now you want to transfer this power in the hands of PM or Prime Minister office. So you have to actually consider this bill, present this bill before Speaker to actually declare this bill as money bill, because this particular provision is mentioned in Article 110. Okay, so one is tax, just remember tax. Okay, second is credit. It means if a bill is having provisions with respect to government asking permission for taking more credit, loan, the regulation of borrowing of money by the union government. Okay, it means credit. Just remember the keywords. Now third, expenditure. The custody of consulate fund, contingency fund, the payment of monies into or withdrawal of money from any such. Please remember, payment of money into. If you want to make a provision that now we want this additional stream of revenue also getting deposited in Consolidated Fund of India, so it need to be passed via bill. You need to make an act. If you want to draw some additional money from Consolidated Fund of India, you need permission of Parliament. It means you need to propose a money bill, right? You need to introduce this bill. Appropriation of money out of Constitution. Appropriation means seeking permission of Parliament that we have this expenditure. We are giving you the details as well. Allow us to spend this from Consolidated Fund of India. Okay, so what you got now when it comes to Consolidated Fund of India, the biggest fund, largest fund, government is not totally independent. There's a check and balance mechanism. Executive is accountable to legislature. You need to get it passed from legislature. Don't you think it's a good thing? Otherwise, government can actually do anything. At least there's a check there. Declaration of any expenditure charged on Consolidated Fund of India. Now charged on CFI. What does it mean? When I say charged on Consolidated Fund of India, it simply means consider that you are Attorney General. Say you are CJI, Chief Justice of India. Okay. So your salary is charged on Consolidated Fund of India. Okay. It means that when bill is going to be introduced next time, say annual financial statement, budget. So expenditures which are declared as charged expenditure on CFI, Consolidated Fund of India, you need not to vote on these expenditures again and again. These are safe and secure. These are high priority expenditure. These expenditures need to be done anyhow. Okay. So if you are declaring some expenditure which was actually used to, we used to discuss and debate and then vote. Now you want to elevate its status as charged, then you need to present this as a money bill. Okay. Receipt of money on account of Consolidated Fund of India, public account. I told you in one of my class that when I say government funds, we can categorize into three parts: consolidated fund, contingency fund, public account. Consolidated. What the word consolidate means? Means consolidate means you are collecting. So the profits of government from various PSUs, right? Tax revenues, all of them come under consolidated fund. Contingency, what this word represents? Means certain emergency. So this is like contingency fund under President of India. On behalf of Honorable President, Finance Secretary manages this fund. It is having 200 crores. Okay, if a certain ministry was given certain budget, but due to some urgency, they need additional budget. So now contingency fund approval can be done. Third is public account. The word itself represents public account. It is your account. It means you invest in small saving schemes. If you're working and every month PF, certain provident fund is being deducted from your salary, where it is going? It is going in public account. EPFO, Employee Provident Fund SC organization is actually managing this fund. So this is public account. So if you want to make some certain changes, how many seats are going to be taken in these funds, then this particular criteria can also be regarded as money bill. Now, the nature of question which is going to be asked. Please remember, my friends, generally people remember 2-3 points with regard to money bill, and they often forget charge, CFI and receipt. Okay, so please remember these keywords, and now you are not going to commit any mistake when it comes to what are the criteria mentioned in Article 110 to actually declare a bill as money bill, although this authority is with Speaker. A money bill can be questioned whether bill is money bill or not in which court of law. Now attempt this question. In front of President, in Supreme Court, in Lok Sabha itself, by Presiding Officer. It seems like a direct question, okay, but there's a trick here. I told you, whether a bill is money bill or not, it is actually declared by Lok Sabha Speaker. I think this is clear to you. Consider a bill is already declared by Speaker as money bill. Now, some people want to question it. How this is a money bill? How this is a money bill? Right? So now where it can be questioned? So law says that it cannot be questioned anywhere. Here the third option is saying in Lok Sabha itself by Presiding Officer. No. If Lok Sabha Speaker has decided it, it is not like now you are going to put a question and Speaker would say, oh, I might have committed mistake, let me check again. No, this is not going to happen. And the word Presiding Officer is there. Presiding Officer can be Deputy Speaker also. So Speaker is ill and Deputy Speaker is in chair, and you are putting this question on Deputy Speaker dais that, sir, the speakers have declared this as bill as money bill. So you are member of opposition and you are saying, sir, please actually review this and declare this bill as ordinary bill or say finance bill. No, Deputy Speaker cannot do. Presiding Officer cannot do. Once Speaker has done it, done, close. So this rule says that. Okay. So if any question arises whether bill or money bill or not, the decision of Speaker of the Lok Sabha is final. Okay. His decision in this regard cannot be questioned in any court of law, in either House of Parliament or even the President. In either House of Parliament, you cannot question in House of Parliament as well. You cannot discuss, debate. So this is privilege. Now on this point, I want you to read about an interesting debate. When Ms. Sumitra Mahajan was Lok Sabha Speaker and a bill was presented regarding UIDAI. I'm talking about Aadhaar bill. It was, there was controversy around this bill. Opposition members were saying this bill is having certain provisions which are not in nature of money bill. But yet a speaker, due to some political affiliations with BJP, it was declared as money bill. So there was a discussion, debate. So you need to check about what Supreme Court said with regard to Aadhaar bill. What is the update now? Okay, and tell me in comments so that I can also know that you are taking benefit of these classes. Okay. Now, after a money bill is passed by the Lok Sabha, it is transmitted to Rajya Sabha for reconsideration. Remember, in case of money bill, it can be introduced only in Lok Sabha, not in Rajya Sabha. I'm talking about introduced. Okay. Now why? So for why, you should know that actually money bill is talking about tax, credit. So if you just take a look over the nature of provisions in Article 110, they deal with government function. Because government wants more money, they want to change tax. Government want more money because there's urgency. They need to pay for certain development work. They need to pay salaries, and there's some urgency. They want to borrow. So that is why, because government is there, because this particular party is having majority in Lok Sabha, right? So that is why, number one, this bill is actually introduced only in Lok Sabha. Okay. Now it is After it is passed from Lok Sabha and it is presented to Rajya Sabha, so Rajya Sabha has restricted powers with regard to money bill. What is restricted power? Rajya Sabha can hold this bill for maximum 14 days. 14 days. It cannot reject or amend a money bill. It can only make recommendation. It cannot reject or amend. Please remember, there can be a question from here. And why? You should question why. The reason is, if Rajya Sabha is given equal power, like Rajya Sabha can stall a bill, like Rajya Sabha stalled this ordinary bill for 6 months and then you have to wait for joint sitting. You cannot wait for joint sitting. Money is such an important matter for government. Government work will stop. And that is why Rajya Sabha's power is, you can say, quite less in comparison to Lok Sabha when it comes to money bill. Okay? It must return the bill to Lok Sabha within 14 days, whether with or without recommendation. Even if you are given recommendation, then it is up to Lok Sabha whether they want to accept a recommendation or not. The Lok Sabha can either accept or reject all or any of the recommendation of the Rajya Sabha. Okay? So I hope you got the status of Rajya Sabha with respect to money bill. Now conditions. If Lok Sabha accepts any recommendation in money bill, means Rajya Sabha said, although we know that we have less power, but we have some genuine recommendation. You need to improve this money bill. So if Lok Sabha says, oh, yeah, this recommendation sounds good, we are accepting this recommendation. The bill is then deemed to have passed by both houses. If you have accepted the recommendation, then it means it is passed from both houses, then presented before Honorable President. In case you have not accepted a recommendation, still, the bill is deemed to have been passed by both houses because ultimate power is in the hands of Lok Sabha. If Rajya Sabha does not return the bill to the Lok Sabha within 14 days, then it is deemed to have passed. So whether you say yes, no, or you stall, you only have maximum 14 days to actually stop this bill. Then it is presented before Honorable President. When Honorable President signs this bill, then it turns into an act. On the other hand, both the houses have equal power in case of ordinary bill, but both the houses have unequal power in case of money bill. And I also gave you the the reason, means why. I think it is clear now. Finally, when a money bill is presented to the President, he may either give his assent to the bill or withhold his assent to the bill, but cannot return the bill for reconsideration. This is mentioned in Article 110. Means you can say yes, no, but you cannot say suspensive veto you cannot use. Because this money bill was introduced by prior recommendation of Honorable President. Means a concerned minister presented this bill before Speaker, Madam Speaker, or Honorable Sir Speaker, declared this bill as money bill. Sir declared, oh, this bill is money bill. Now you took that bill and went to President. Sir, this is money bill. And Article 110 says, before I introduce this bill in Lok Sabha, I need your recommendation. President says, okay, I paste this letter, I send this, you have recommendation. Now introduce in Lok Sabha. So this is how things work here. Normally, the President gives his assent to the money bill as it is introduced in Parliament with his prior permission. I hope now it is clear. It should be ultra clear. Now, what we have discussed until now, honorable money bill. So this differentiation is given in this table. At this point of time, just pause this video, open your Lakshmikant, just see this table and just read this table. So this is our discussion is concised here. I hope you have read. Now let's continue. Finance bill. Told you. Bill which are not declared as money bill, then they are categorized as finance bill. In finance bill, we have two types. Class 1, class 2. Let's understand what is the difference in a very simple manner. Finance bills are those bills that deal with fiscal matters. The word fiscal, what does it mean? Fiscal has two meanings, two components. One, what tax you want to impose so that you can earn revenue. And second, expenditure, where, how you have to spend this money. So tax policy, expenditure policy is part of fiscal policy, right? That revenue or expenditure, revenue coming from tax, profits. However, the Constitution uses the term financial bill in a technical manner. Financial bill are of three kinds in general, but technical manner, finance bill class 1, finance bill class 2 are different from money bill. 110 articles talks about money bill. 117 clause 1, 117 clause 3 talk about finance bill, class 1, class 2. So just remember 110 and 117. 117 we have two finance bills. Finance bill class 1, how we can actually, you can say, explain it. Contain not only any all matters mentioned in Article 110. For example, this was a bill and this bill was having 100 clauses. Out of these 100 clauses, around 20 clauses were related to some tax. But now 80 clauses were general in nature. They were making certain new, they were actually helping in making some law, but that was generic in nature. So a financial bill class 1 is a bill that contains not only any or all the matters mentioned in Article 110. I hope now the statement should be clear to you. Not only any or all means you are having only, means out of 100 you are having this 20 provisions related to Article 110. And it may be possible the provisions which we talked about, tax, credit, receipt, right? Charge on consulate fund. So we can consider that within this 20, you have all the provisions as well. But also other matters of general legislation, these 80 matters, you have other matters also of general legislation. So it means there's a mix here. There is a mix here, right? So in this case, Speaker can say, no, I'm not declaring this bill as money bill. So finance bill class 1 is similar to money bill in what way? Both of them can be introduced only in Lok Sabha and not in Rajya Sabha. When we are saying can be introduced only in Lok Sabha, it means it cannot be introduced in Rajya Sabha. It will be present in Rajya Sabha, but not introduced. Both of them can be introduced only on the recommendation of President. So Lok Sabha introduction, President prior recommendation, these things are same. In all other aspects, this finance bill class 1 actually works as, get passed as ordinary bill. Government by the same legislative process as ordinary bill. Now, I have just discussed till this point and now I'm asking some questions from you, okay? And you have to answer from your own understanding, even if you have not read it. Now tell me, can, in case of finance bill class 1, joint sitting can be summoned by Honorable President if there is a deadlock condition? Now tell me, the statement is true or false? I am saying, consider this finance bill was introduced in Lok Sabha. It was introduced in Lok Sabha. Then it was presented in Rajya Sabha. It was discussed there. But Rajya Sabha is not agreeing on this bill. And it has been more than 6 months. Now tell me, can President call joint sitting in case of finance bill class 1? Because I told you in case of money bill, there is no point of joint sitting because joint sitting happens to resolve the deadlock. But can there be a deadlock in case of money bill? No. Because Rajya Sabha can actually stall that bill for maximum 14 days. So why you need joint sitting in case of money bill? The status of Rajya Sabha is quite low in case of money bill, right? Now tell me, can there be joint sitting here? Yes or no? Answer is yes. Because I just told you in all other respects, it acts as an ordinary bill, and in case of ordinary bill, there can be a deadlock, and there can be a deadlock, there can be a joint sitting. Okay, I hope now it is clear to you. Hence, it can either be rejected or amended by the Rajya Sabha because it is acting as an ordinary bill. But in case of money bill, Rajya Sabha cannot reject, Rajya Sabha cannot amend, Rajya Sabha can only recommend. Okay. Now, in case of a disagreement between the two houses, President can summon joint sitting, already told you. Question has been asked by UPSC many times on this statement. When the bill is presented to the President, he can either give his assent to the bill or withhold his assent to the bill or return the bill for reconsideration. This means the third power, suspensive veto, which is not available before to Honorable President in case of money bill, is there in case of finance bill class 1 because it is acting like an ordinary bill in all other respects, just in two respects. Introduced in Lok Sabha and presented by prior recommendation of President, it was equal to money bill, right? Now, finance bill class 2. Now, just remember, mix is going on here also. But here, the clauses means out of 100 when we are talking about 20, these clauses are related to expenditure policy. Expenditure, kharch karna. You are talking this government wants to actually spend some amount in particular category. Contains provisions involving expenditure from the Constituent Fund of India. But does not include any of the matters mentioned in Article 110. Other matters are not there, and they are matters of general, you can say, connotation. It is treated as ordinary bill, and in all respects, it is governed by same legislative procedure which is applicable to any ordinary bill. The only special feature of this bill is that it cannot be passed by either House of Parliament unless President has recommended to that House for consideration of the bill. This detail you need to know. Expenditure, treated as ordinary bill. Finance Bill Class 2 can be introduced in either House of Parliament, and recommendation of the President is not necessary for introduction. Introduction, you need not to have permission. This is the difference between Finance Bill Class 1 and Class 2. It can either be rejected, and yeah, this is another important, either House. In case of Finance Bill Class 1, I told you, it is equal to Money Bill in two respects. Can be introduced in Lok Sabha on prior recommendation of President. But in case of Finance Bill Class 2, it can be introduced in either houses. Either house. Okay, Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. In case of disagreement between the two houses over such a bill, President can summon joint sitting. In all other aspects, it is acting like an ordinary bill. When the bill is presented to the President, President can use all three steps: accept, withhold, reject, or use suspensive veto. I think it is clear to you now. Yes or no? Joint sitting of the two houses. Told you joint sitting. Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, members are going to sit together. Sitting is going to be presided by Speaker. This particular joint sitting is summoned by Honorable President. President summons joint sitting on the recommendation of Council of Ministers. When bill is rejected by other house, the house have finally disagreed to the amendment. So these are the cases when we can say our deadlock condition is there. Or more than 6 months are passed and the second house has not done anything on that bill. So if you reject, if you amend, which is not, amendments are not agreed by the other house, and more than 6 months have passed and you have done nothing. In this case, joint sitting can be called and President summons the joint sitting. Now, it must be noted that joint sitting is applicable in case of ordinary bill and finance bills. Please remember it. Important statement is this, right? In case of money bill, you don't need joint sitting, right? And what was the other type of bill I told you in the start of this lecture? Constitution Amendment Bill. In Constitution Amendment Bill, there is no case of joint sitting. And think of why. Don't just cram it. Ratna nahi hai. Why? My friends, the reason is Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, if they come into joint sitting, Lok Sabha has more strength. If in case of constitutional amendment, which is a very crucial matter, if joint sitting provisions would have been given by our constitution makers, then it would have given unnecessary, you can say, extra power to the ruling government. Because Lok Sabha, they have majority. That's why they are having government. So they could have amended our constitution in a manner they want. Although Supreme Court is there. But this is like giving extra power. We want to balance their power. Constitutional amendment should not be that easy. And that is why equal powers are given in case of constitutional amendment to Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Okay? And now, please remember, joint sitting can happen in case of ordinary bill, finance bills. Clear? Okay? Now, in case of money bill, the Lok Sabha has overriding powers. Already told you, constitutional amendment bill must be passed by each house separately. Right? Important, I have already explained this to you. In the reckoning period of 6 months, no account can be taken by any period. Now, when I'm saying joint sitting happens when 6 months have been passed and other house has not done anything. So how these 6 months are calculated? How these days are calculated? Right? So now, any period during which other house to which the bill has been sent is prorogued or adjourned for more than 4 consecutive days. It means when you're counting this six months tenure, so you're counting the working You're counting the days for which House was functioning. And if it was not functioning, means it was adjourned for more than 4 days, or it was recess going on. So recess period and the period when this was adjourned for more than 4 days, this is not counted there. Okay, this is a bit of detail, but no one knows. UPSC can play on this detail as well. Because general notion which comes into mind is, oh, general 6 months, January, February, March, April, May, right? But this is not the case here. If the bill under dispute has already lapsed, now this is a beautiful statement. And it amounts to, to your understanding of the logic. Lapse. Consider the bill was presented from, introduced in Lok Sabha, get passed from Rajya Sabha, presented before Honorable President, and it get passed. But there's another case, it was actually passed by Lok Sabha, introduced in Lok Sabha, passed by Lok Sabha, presented to Rajya Sabha, and Rajya Sabha has not done anything. 6 months have passed. And now President has actually called for joint sitting. And now Lok Sabha got lapsed. Now, what is going to happen with this bill? This bill is going to lapse or not? No, this bill is not going to be lapsed. I told you in the previous lecture, in the cases of lapse, what is going to be the impact on bill if Lok Sabha dissolves. I told you in that particular video that because President has already declared notification of summoning. It means President's security is being provided to the this particular bill. So bill is not going to lapse. When new Lok Sabha is going to be reconstituted after fresh election, now this new Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, they are going to have joint sitting. Okay. So already lapsed due to the dissolution of the Lok Sabha, no joint sitting can be summoned. If the bill under dispute has already lapsed, means if the notification has not been released, then it will lapse. But the joint sitting can be held if Lok Sabha is dissolved after the President has notified his intention. If President has notified intention, now bill is secure. If President has not notified its intention, then bill can lapse. Because bill has not touched Honorable President. I told you this trick in my previous video. After the President notifies his intention to summon joint sitting of the two houses, none of the houses can proceed further with the bill. Right? The quorum to constitute the joint sitting is 1/10 of the total numbers. Total number means Lok Sabha plus Rajya Sabha. Budget in Parliament. In our constitution, budget word is not mentioned. In its place, under Article 112, annual financial statement word is used. Okay. So what contains in budget? Estimate of revenue and capital receipt. What you are going to receive as revenue and capital receipt. Okay. Ways and means to raise the revenue, how you are going to raise the revenue. Estimates of expenditure, how you are going to spend. Details of the actual receipt and expenditure of the closing financial year. Means in previous year also, in previous budget also, you have predicted this much revenue we are going to have, this much expenditure we are going to do. But in budget, you have to give the details. What are the actual figures? Economic and financial policy of the coming year, the taxation proposals, prospects of revenue, spending program, introduction of the new schemes project, everything. These points are actually part of annual financial statement, which in general term we call budget. This budget word actually was taken from a word baguette, which is a French word, which is actually was used for a leather bag. Okay, because earlier in many parts of the world, the budget used to be released, the person, or you can say minister concerned, or in some nations, prime minister or president themselves, they used to bring this budget in a leather bag. But you must have seen in our last budget, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman actually brought this budget in Pothi, that is Indianized version of folder. Now railway budget was separate earlier, but now it is part of union budget. General budget in 1920, recommendation of Ackworth Committee. On the recommendation of Ackworth Committee, it was separated. Bringing you this because this is a fact. The reason or objective of this separation was that railway finance should be flexible. Railway was and is the biggest PSU of Government of India. To facilitate business approach of the railway policy, to secure stability of general revenue, providing assured contribution of railway revenue. But now we have so many forms of transportations, right? We are not just dependent on railways, although railway is the biggest one. to enable railways to keep profits of their own development and paying fixed annual contribution to the general revenue. So this was the purpose of having separate railway budget, but we don't have separate railway budget as of now. Constitutional provisions. President shall, in respect of every financial year, cause to be laid before, simply saying, actually budget is introduced in Lok Sabha with prior recommendation of Honorable President. Okay, so what happens? For example, budget is proposed on first, means introduced in Lok Sabha on 1st February every year nowadays, right? Earlier it used to be on the last working day of February, but Modi ji changed it to 1st Feb. But the budget making process actually start way back in September, okay? So every department, ministry, they start sending their proposals. This much we have spent, this much we want, to the finance ministry. Within finance ministry, there's a Department of Economic Affairs, okay? So this department is responsible for preparing union budget. So when this Department of Economic Affairs actually consolidate all the data, then they have a meeting in finance ministry under the leadership of finance secretary, which is the topmost bureaucrat in finance ministry. Now they make a blueprint, okay, of the budget. We call it blue sheet. Now finance minister along with finance secretary, they actually take a meeting, take an appointment with PMO, means Prime Minister office. Then they visit PMO, they meet Prime Minister and present this blue sheet. So this is the rough draft of a budget. If you want to add something, remove something, please give a suggestion. When Prime Minister would say, okay, this is fine, this is addition, and then the following suggestions are taken, and then they will come back into finance ministry and they will have meeting, and within that meeting they're going to finalize, refine this blueprint. And after that there's a team which is actually made, okay? Then these team members are told that you are part of that the team who is going to be responsible for making union budget, okay? They're given a date as well, that on this date you have to come, and after that they are actually logged into a basement in North Block for more than 10-15 days. Yes, they are locked, but you should not think that it's like a jail. All the facilities, eating and residential and everything is there, printing, everything, medication, cook, everything is there, because you are part of this team for making union budget. And there's high quality jammers are there, means you cannot actually communicate with your family, you cannot communicate with anyone in the outside world, because if you leak any information what is going to be there in budget, then there will be ramification in such share market. Many people can actually shift their investment, right? So then a copy is released, then these draft copies are released, then this budget is introduced. When this draft copy is released, then finance minister actually takes this draft copy to Honorable President. Sir, this is our draft copy, please give me permission to present this in Lok Sabha. President says, okay, my kripa is with you, I've signed this. Then finance minister take this to cabinet, that this is going to be our government budget, I want support of all my colleagues in cabinet. Then cabinet ministers will say, okay, we are with you. Then they have this photo with cabinet ministers, and prime minister is also there. Then finance minister enter into Lok Sabha, and this first reading happens, means title, objective of the bill. So this process is there. Then it is passed from Lok Sabha, then Rajya Sabha. No demand for grant shall be made except for recommendation of the president. Because in budget, you are saying from consolidated fund you want this amount. This is part of budget, right? So this is done on the recommendation of president. If even after budget, if you want some additional fund, you need a bill which is actually getting permission from Honorable President. No money bill shall be withdrawn from the Consolidated Fund of India. No money shall be withdrawn except under appropriation made by law. Means you need permission of Lok Sabha. You need to tell in which account where you are going to spend this money. No money bill imposing tax shall be introduced in the parliament except on the recommendation of president, and such a bill shall not be introduced in the Rajya Sabha. Money bill is not introduced in Rajya Sabha. That is obvious to you now. Now attempt this question. Which one of the following sets of bills is presented to Parliament along with the budget? Along with the budget. Set of bills along with the budget. Direct tax bill, indirect tax bill, contingency bill, appropriation bill, finance bill, appropriation bill, finance bill, contingency bill. There's nothing like contingency bill, my friend, that is contingency fund. Okay. And direct tax bill and indirect tax bill, these are separate thing. If you want to bring certain changes in indirect taxes, then we use it, then we call it indirect tax. Okay. Answer is finance bill, appropriation bill. Which one is not true regarding the bill in Parliament? The legislative process begins with introduction of a bill in either House of Parliament, Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, exception money bill. Question is asking not true. A bill can be introduced either by minister or private member, told you, public bill, private bill. In case of deadlock between the two houses, Speaker of the Lok Sabha calls the joint session of the Parliament. Don't you think it is a sin to agree on this fact? It is a sin, my friend, because I've already told you that President is the one who is going to call up, summon the joint session. Just remember this as a trick. Session of Parliament is summoned only by Honorable President. Only by Honorable President. Whether it's a normal session or joint session. Joint session, so you have to say not true. So this is not true. This is the answer. A joint session of the two houses presided by the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, you know, this is also correct. So these three statements are correct. This is incorrect. Not true is what you want to say. So I think now this part is quite clear to you. You can tell me in comments as well. This PDF is going to be available in Shashank Tyagi for you Telegram group. If you have any doubt, you can shoot me a message on shashank.powerbeing. That is my personal Insta handle. Keep learning, keep growing. Hello and welcome everyone. I hope this message finds you fit and fine. Today we need to discuss parliamentary committees. As the name suggests, Parliament Committee. It means members within the Parliament are part of these parliamentary committees. Now, why we need these committees? Consider a situation, a bill is presented before Lok Sabha. Do you think every member in Lok Sabha would be interested enough to understand the technicalities of these bills? Answer would be no. Do you think every member in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha would be having this intellect to understand the intricacies of these bills? Answer would be no. Along with these bills, there are various other functions within the Parliament. To ease this process, we need parliamentary committees. So what four conditions are necessary to call a committee a parliamentary committee? These are the four conditions. There can be a question from there. UPSC can say ki which of the following statements are, you can say, related to parliamentary committees, right? So first of all, members within parliamentary committee can be elected by the House, or these members can be nominated by the Speaker in case of Lok Sabha and Chairman in case of Rajya Sabha. It means members in parliamentary committees can be elected or can be nominated. It depends on the which parliamentary committee we are talking about, right? But if UPSC uses the word parliamentary committee, so election, nomination both works. Okay. Now works under direction of Speaker in case of Lok Sabha, Chairman in case of Rajya Sabha, presents its report before the House. Before the House means Presiding Officer, Speaker, Chairman, and provided with Secretariat. Secretariat means there will be dedicated staff will be provided by Lok Sabha in case of Lok Sabha specific parliamentary committee, by the Rajya Sabha in case of Rajya Sabha specific committee. Okay, secretarial staff is necessary for the functioning, right? Staff is needed by these members of the Parliament. Now, there is another word, consultative committee. So you should know that if these four conditions are not met, then you cannot call that committee as parliamentary committee. Okay, this is what is mentioned here. Now we can divide these parliamentary committees into two parts: a standing committee and Hoc committee. A standing committee, it means permanent nature. For example, a committee is constituted. Now members will be part of this standing committee for 1 year. After that, there will be new election. But this committee will exist, right? Because these committees are among the most important category committees. But there are others, ad hoc committee. As the name suggests, temporary in nature. For example, there's a coal scam in India, and we need a specific committee to discuss, or you can say scrutinize, what happened in case of coal ministry and what were the policy failure. So this is an ad hoc committee. Once it presents its report, its job is done, it will be dissolved. Clear? So this is the broad difference between standing and ad hoc committee. When we say standing committee, as I told you, it's permanent in nature. We can divide it into 6 parts. First, finance committees we need to discuss. Let's discuss finance committees. So finance committees, there are 3 finance committees: Public Accounts Committee, Estimate Committee, and this Committee on Undertaking. Public undertakings. Public undertakings means we are talking about PSUs, BHEL, right? GAIL. You must have heard about these government companies, right? Now, as the name suggests, finance, it means these committees are there to keep a check on the finances, you can say, used by the executive, right? So let's have a comparison between these 3 committees, starting from Estimate Committee. What do what comes into your mind when you use the word estimate? Means estimate has something to do with the amount which is going to be used, right? So it was established in 1950 on the recommendation of Mr. John Mathai, who was then Finance Minister of India. Consists of 30 members, and it actually do the detailed examination of the budget estimates. As I told you, estimate means budget. We are talking about total amount which this government is taking permission from the parliament to spend. So in this case, estimate committee is going to scrutinize it. But there's a intricacy here which you need to understand. Many people get confused between working of estimate committee and role of departmental committees. Second point is departmental standing committee. These are different. When you go to this budget process, you will get to know when this budget is presented. After that, Lok Sabha Speaker would say, okay, now go for adjournment, say 2-3 days, 4 days. Read the draft budget copies presented presented to every member of the House. I'm talking about Lok Sabha. And then this matter is also referred to these departmental committees. Standing departmental committees, there are 24 in number. Department here represents specific ministries. For example, in budget, it says that we need 1,36,000 crore for the health department. Now, departmental committee on health will actually look into this, right? But when this debate happens, after this debate, then there is a voting process, and when vote is done, then estimate committee is also there to keep a check, to advise how you can actually improve. You can say how you can actually increase the efficiency of your spending, right? So report what economy improvements in organization, what you can improve, efficiency, administrative reforms consist with the policy underlying the estimates may be affected. Okay. So this is the role of estimate committee. I'm going to talk about the limitations of estimate committee as well after this. First, let's talk about the broad points which define these committees. Now, Public Accounts Committee, Public Account, established in 1921 and under the provisions of Government of India Act 1919, means it was started by Britishers. Consists of 15 members from Lok Sabha, 7 members from Rajya Sabha, it means 22 members. Here there were 30 members. Here there are 22 members. Since 1967, member of opposition is considered as chairman. Now, why this convention was made? You should question this in mind. My friends, the purpose of Public Account Committee is to check whether the government has spent as per the permission this government took from the House. For example, during the budget, government took permission, I'm going to spend this much amount in these heads. Done. But means you have done that expenditure. Now CAG is auditing that, and CAG found, oh, government took permission to spend this in this head, but there's discrepancy there. So now CAG may put this particular matter in his report, and this report is presented to President. President sends this report to House. In House, this report is presented before Public Accounts Committee. CAG is considered as friend, philosopher, guide of Public Account Committee. Means Public Account Committee work in close coordination with CAG. CAG's report is important for Public Account Committee, right? So in this manner, Public Account Committee can actually keep a question in the House from that ministry. What you have done? There are discrepancies in your audit report. So don't you think in this particular context, members of Public Account Committee are questioning the government, right? So if we have some member of opposition party as the chairman, don't you think it will do better job? If chairman is from ruling party, then why this ruling party chairman will actually question its own government? He need to take or she need to take care of his or her political career ahead, right? So that is why this convention was started. And you must be thinking why this was not mentioned in Constitution. My friends, there was a time when every party, means every state, and when it comes to Lok Sabha, means this was, there was complete dominance of Congress, right? So how can you find opposition party at that point of time, right? Quite troublesome job. And that is why it was made. It examines the appropriation of accounts. As I told you, appropriation means permission you took, and the finance accounts along with any other account laid before the Lok Sabha. It is assisted by CAG. I think this point is clear to you, right? Now yes, Committee on Public Undertakings. Undertakings means PSUs we are talking about. Established in 1964, date is not important, but on the recommendation of Krishna Menon Committee. Why it was made in 1964? Just understand the time period. Government was actually spending hugely in public sector undertakings, means government companies were getting established. Huge amount of money from public exchequer was getting pumped in there. So that we can keep a check that amount is spent well, right? Parliament should know that, and that is why this committee was made. So there are 15 plus 7 members, same as Public Accounts Committee, and they keep a check on these spendings or the financial part of PSUs. Okay, what profit you have made, what expenditure you have done. Now, limitations of Public Account Committee. What are the limitations? First of all, it cannot question the policy because expenditure is already done in the debt policy. You are there to post-mortem examination, right? Job is done. Recommendations are advisory in nature. The recommendations they give to the House, they are advisory in nature. Not vested with the power to disallowance of expenditure. Because expenditure is already done. How can you actually disallow government to spend, right? Not an executive body, hence cannot issue an order. Please remember, it cannot issue an order. It can only bring this matter in front of House. It can create this debate there, right? But cannot issue order. Final decision on the findings lies with the Parliament. Then we have limitations of Estimates Committee. So examines the budget estimates only after they have been voted by the Parliament. Please remember, there can be a question from here, right? Because when it comes to departmental committees, when they scrutinize budget of respective ministry, they actually talk about this before this voting is done, right? Estimate committee, it takes care of the whole budget. But in practical manner, if you ask me, then the whole budget to be scrutinized in detail manner by estimate committee in that particular time is not possible. So they also do the selective work. So they cannot question the policy. Recommendations are advisory. Examines every year only certain selected ministries and departments, as I told you. Lacks expert assistance by the CAG. Like this expert assistance of CAG is available to PAC, but not to estimates committee, right? It works is also post-mortem, means it is done, voting is done. Limitation on public undertakings. It cannot examine more than 10 to 12 PSUs. If I ask you how many public sector undertakings, means government companies, central government has, what would be your answer? Rough guess. I hope you have heard about these words: Maharatna companies, Navaratna companies, Mini Ratna companies. Once UPSC asked this question in prelims as well. What conditions qualify a company, government company, to be regarded as Maharatna company? So I'm asking you, so you can just search about it, but I'm asking you, rough estimate, what do you think? Some of you might be thinking, sir, Navaratna you are saying, it means 9 companies. Maharatna you're saying, so it may be 5-6 companies. And Mini Ratna, mini is like 10 to 20 companies, so it would be around, say, 30-40, right? But there are more than 300 government companies, my friends, more than 300. Okay, and to keep a tab on the financial aspects there, from the Parliament, we have Committee on Public Undertakings. Nature is post-mortem, does not look into technical matters. Recommendations are advisory. So one thing you got which is common is that public account estimate or this Committee on Public Undertakings, they're advisory in nature, right? Now, Departmental Standing Committee. They secure more accountability of the executive. That is the Council of Ministers to the Parliament, particularly financial accountability, because these committees are specific, ministry specific. So they also assist Parliament in debating the budget more effectively, because I told you during the adjustment part, these budget are referred to these respective departmental committees, right? They bring their arguments and so that quality debate can happen on budget. Each standing committee consists of 31 members, 21 from Lok Sabha and 10 from Rajya Sabha. That's fact. Now, how many members are there in estimate committee? 30. How many members are there in this PAC? 22 plus 7, right? UPSC has asked question, statement on these member strength as well. Lok Sabha are nominated by the Speaker. In case of Rajya Sabha, nominated by Chairman. Ministers are not eligible to be member of departmental committees. Why? Because these departmental committees are made to keep a check on the expenditure part, financial probity part of these ministries. So if minister himself, herself is part of this departmental committee, then why would that person be critical about his own ministry or her own ministry, right? The term of office of each standing committee is 1 year from the date of the constitution, from the date they are made. The functions of each of the standing committee, demand for grants, they question that. Now, departments before they are discussed and voted, as I told you, means after voting, the matter is taken up by estimate committee. Before voting, the matter are taken by respective departmental committees. Not suggesting anything to the nature, cut motion. Means they cannot say that please reduce this much amount from this particular budget. Means you have allocated 10,000 crore for this scheme, please reduce this. This is not the job of departmental committee. Please understand this and remember this. This is a, you can say, fact part, but UPSC can play on that. Okay. Examine the bill of respective ministry, and you can say also consider the annual report of that particular ministry. Also consider the long-term policy document presented to the House. Okay. So what you got, that these departmental committees are engaged in budget, specific bills, annual report and long-term document, right? Limitations. First of all, should not consider the matters, so they are not engaged into day-to-day matter of ministry. So some people say that day-to-day administration of ministry should also be under check by the parliament. So this is not the job which is entitled to the departmental committees as of now. Should not generally consider the matters which are considered other parliamentary committees. So this is a feature. Means if you are a member of a standing committee of the department, say coals, but a particular matter, policy matter is being discussed by other committee, so you cannot take up that. It should not be note that recommendation of these committees are advisory, another limitation. Now, merits of the standing committee system in the parliament. There can be a means based question also. Okay, provision based. So their proceedings are devoid of any party basis, biases, right? They can be neutral because there's a mixture of different parties within these departmental committees. Yes, mixture of different parties. More flexible, parliamentary control over executive, ensures economy and efficiency in public expenditure via their recommendation, and they actually, when they present their report, it also helps other members to understand these bills in a better manner, understand the functioning of the government in a better manner. So in this context, these departmental committees becomes important. Now we have committee to inquire. As the name suggests, inquire. Inquire means inquiry. Committee on petitions, committee on privileges and ethics committee. Now committee on petitions. What is the meaning of petition? Petition means some people have certain representation which may include reservation, changes, support, unhappiness, any sort of suggestion. So these petitions are actually taken up by this committee on petitions. Petition on bills on the matter of public importance. Also entertains representations. It may be from all over the India. There may be certain groups, certain members who have certain ideas. They want particular bill to be made. So such kind of petitions can be heard by this committee on petitions. Okay, and for that we have separate committee in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Okay, in Lok Sabha committee there are 15 members. In Rajya Sabha committee there are 10 members. Then we have committee on privileges. In the previous class I told you about the privilege, collective privilege, individual privilege. I hope you remember, right? So now when these privileges are broken, who is going to take the action? This action is taken by this committee on privilege. So committee are semi-judicial, means because they are going to decide whether their privilege has been broken or not, right? So breach of privilege, they are going to examine and they are going to actually suggest appropriate action also. In case of Lok Sabha, we have 15. In case of Rajya Sabha, we have 10 members in this committee. Okay, please remember we have separate committee. So here also 15 member in committee of Lok Sabha, 10 member committee of Rajya Sabha, same here. But when it comes to ethics committee, so this ethics committee was constituted in Rajya Sabha in 1997, in Lok Sabha in 2000. Enforces code of conduct. So purpose, what is the purpose? Purpose is that there should be some ground rules which should be adhered by members of parliament, right? For that this ethics committee is made. It is engaged in maintaining the discipline and decorum in the parliament. It should not be like that people are actually pulling out mic and throwing paper, right? There should be decorum. So for that decorum, we have ethics committee. Now we have committee for to scrutinize and control. Now, scrutinize and control. What does it scrutinize means? It means something has been done within the house. Now there's a committee to keep a check whether this thing is actually true, factually or not. So we have committee on government assurances. It is quite easy. From the name, it is quite clear. I'm going to discuss committee on subordinate legislation, paper laid, welfare, SC/ST, empowerment of women, and office of profit. Let's take one by one. Consider you are a minister and you presented some report, some paper before the floor, before the house, right? So it going to examine the assurances, promises, undertakings given by the minister. So if you have made the promise, so please understand the difference between the two. When it comes to committee on assurance, if you have given some assurance to the house, then this committee is going to keep a check whether the assurance you have given is actually being met or not. Okay, this is assurance. Okay, when I was using the word bill, paper, so that is taken care by other committee, that is committee on paper laid on the table. Okay, so it is quite clear from the name itself. So now in the Lok Sabha, it consists of these 15 members, Rajya Sabha, it consists of 10 members, same. Okay, just remember the name assurance, government assurance. Government has given this assurance and Parliament is going to keep a tab on it. It is quite simple, right? Now committee on subordinate legislation. What was subordinate legislation I told you in the previous class? It simply means Parliament passed a law, but that law was a broad structure. There were some sections within that particular bill and these were broad, means detail was not there. So detail was later filled by the executive branch. It means department bureaucrats themselves. And these bureaucrats then actually filled that particular bill with the detail. And this is called subordinate legislation or delegated legislation, because this legislation was not totally made by Parliament. This legislation was actually filled in detail by executive. Although that subordinate legislation need to be presented before House again, right? But the major work is done by executive here. So whether this executive is doing its job in a correct manner or not, for that we have committee on subordinate legislation. I guess it is quite clear to you now. In both the houses, the committee consists of 15 members, both the houses. Okay. Now committee paper laid on the table, paper laid. So who is presenting paper? Ministers. So if ministers have actually presented some paper, bill, so now we need to check whether that content of that paper, content of the bill is as per the constitution or an act or the rule of the Parliament. There are three things. Whether those papers, the content is as per the constitution, as per the act, as per the rules of the house. So this is the job of committee on paper laid on the table. Now we have committee for the welfare of SCs and STs. As the name suggests, purpose of this committee is to keep a close coordination with the report which is actually presented by National Commission for SC, National Commission for ST. Also take into consideration whether statutory protections which are given, constitutional protections which are given to the section, whether they are being implemented or not. Along with this, third function is the welfare schemes which are made for this section, are they working or not? So these things are actually done by committee on welfare of SCs and STs. New ideas can also be taken up for discussion by this committee. We have committee on empowerment of women, same as committee for SC and STs is actually taking up and discussing the report for National Commission for SC and ST. Similarly, here we have this committee discussing report from National Commission for Women. Okay, you have this National Commission for SC, National Commission for ST in your constitutional bodies as well. Now we have joint committee on office of profit. Office of profit, you know, this can be a basis of disqualification. So what amounts to office of profit is going to be decided by this joint committee on office of profit. The committee examines the composition and character of committees and other bodies appointed by the center, state, union territory government, and recommends whether the person holding these office should be disqualified from being elected as a member of parliament. The point is whether to know whether this amounts to office of profit or not. It consists of 15 members, 10 Lok Sabha and 5 Rajya Sabha. I think it is clear. Now 5 committees related to day-to-day business of the House. Day-to-day business. What are the day-to-day business of the House? To actually present the bill, to get it passed, to finalize the agenda, to prioritize which bill is going to be given the primacy, right? So we have this Business Advisory Committee, Committee on Private Member Bill, Rules Committee, Committee on Absence members. Business Advisory Committee. Business. What is the business of House? As I told you, this legislative work. So regulates the program, the timetable of the House. Allocates the time to the members. Lok Sabha Committee consists of 15 members, including Speaker as chairman. Please remember, in Lok Sabha Business Advisory Committee, chairman will be Speaker. In Rajya Sabha, it has 11 members, including chairman, ex officio chairman, right? So it means Vice President, Chairman of Rajya Sabha is going to be the Chairman of Business Advisory Committee. Please remember, Speaker, Chairman, they are the head of these Business Advisory Committee of respective House. This kind of statement can be made. Now, Committee on Private Member Bills and Resolutions. Private Member Bill. It means a bill which is presented by someone who is not a minister, right? So now to classify these bills, to allocate time to these bills by the private members, chairman of this particular committee is Deputy Speaker, right? Rajya Sabha does not have any such committee. Please remember, Rajya Sabha does not have any such committee as Committee on Private Member Bill and Resolution. Now you must be thinking, so what happens with the private member bills of Rajya Sabha? If some private member is introducing bill in Rajya Sabha, who is going to allocate time? So for this case, Business Advisory Committee of Rajya Sabha is going to take care of it. Okay? Clear? There can be a question from here. Please remember, exceptions are there. Rules Committee. For any game, you need rules. So if Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha has to play their game in effective manner, you need rules and you need to redefine your rules. You need new rules with new challenges as well. So this committee considers the matters of procedure, conduct of the House, recommend necessary amendment to the rules of the House. Lok Sabha committee consists of 15 and Speaker as the ex officio chairman. Speaker ex officio chairman of Rules Committee. Rajya Sabha consists of 16 members and the chairman is ex officio chairman. So by now what you got, when it comes to committees which deal with day-to-day business, these are headed by respective presiding officers. Committee on Absence of Members. Consider you are a member of Parliament and you have not present in the last 60-day proceedings of the House without any intimation to the House. Then my friend, this can be a basis of your disqualification. In Lok Sabha, your matter will be taken up by Committee on Absence of Members. In Rajya Sabha, we don't have any such committee. In Rajya Sabha, if you are absent for 60 days, this amounts to actually be a ground for your disqualification, but this matter will be taken up directly by the House. Okay, this is the difference. Please remember, there can be a question from here. This is a factual part, 15 members in Lok Sabha, and Rajya Sabha you don't have any such committee. Now, housekeeping committees. We have General Purpose Committee, House Committee, Library Committee, Joint Committee on Salaries and Allowances, Basic Work. General Purpose Committee, for any matter which is not taken up by other committees, which we have discussed till now, those matters will be considered as general matter. So these matters will be coming under the jurisdiction of General Purpose Committee. House Committee. Consider you become a member of Parliament. You need house, you need perks, you need facilities, food, medical aid, etc. So whether members of Parliament are provided these houses and allocation has been done in a better manner. So this is going to be taken up by House Committee. So it's not for us, it's for member of Parliament. Now Library Committee, as the name suggests, is going to take care of the library of the Parliament, right? Library of the Parliament. Now Joint Committee on Salaries and Allowances. So this committee was made after an Act of Parliament under the Salary, Allowances and Pensions of the Members of Parliament Act 1954. Okay, as the name suggests, is going to take up these cases. It consists of 15 members, 10 from Lok Sabha and 5 from Rajya Sabha. It is one committee. It is not like two houses have two committees. It is one committee. Please remember, these kind of details UPSC is going to play around, but you are not going to mark wrong. Ad hoc committee, temporary committee. We have inquiry and we have this advisory committee, temporary, specific purpose. For example, these are list of some committees which were made in past and which also got dissolved with time as they served their purpose. You need not to cram these committees, obviously. what is the purpose of, so these were inquiry committees, inquiry made, report done, dissolved. Then we also had advisory committees time to time. Advisory committees, we have two types, for example, select committee, joint committee. Select committee if advisory committee of a specific house, joint committee if this is a joint committee of Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha members coming together. It can be on a concerned specific bill or a procedure to be followed on a specific matter. So we have two kind of committees, select and joint. Okay, purpose is just to advise the house, and when advice is done, then you are done. Now just attempt this question. Which of the following committees of Lok Sabha is assisted by CAG? I told you it is Public Accounts Committee. Which one of the following is the correct function of Public Accounts Committee? Come on. It works under President of India, creates account of various ministries. It works under CAG of India, it prepares account. It's a parliamentary committee which gives report to known plan expenditure of government. It is a parliamentary committee which scrutinizes the report of the CAG. It is correct, right? Which one of the following nominates the chairman of Public Accounts Committee? Who nominates the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee? Now we have Prime Minister, we have President, we have Speaker of Lok Sabha, Chairman. Tell me. So tell me first of all, do you have separate Public Accounts Committee for Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha? No. You have one Public Accounts Committee, right? 15 plus 7 members told you. But when it comes to Chairman, this is done by Speaker of Lok Sabha. Okay. National Disaster Response Fund is allocated in which fund? I told you about three funds, right? Consolidated Fund of India, Contingency Fund, then Public Accounts. When it comes to NDRF, it comes under Public Accounts. Okay. So I hope things are clear to you now. This PDF will be available in Shashank Tyagi For You Telegram group. If you have any doubt from any topic, until now, you can shoot me a message on Instagram, shashank.powerbeing. I'll be happy to help you out. See you in the next video. Till then, keep learning, keep growing. Hello and welcome everyone. I hope this message finds you fit and fine. Learning is one thing and consolidation is another. And you need both. Today in our Parliament chapter, we are going to consolidate our learning which we have gathered till now. In this heading, multifunctional role of Parliament. So what kind of role Parliament has? All of us know legislative aspect is a prominent one, means to make law. Apart from legislative power, Parliament also has executive power, financial power, constituent power. It means powers related to amendment to Indian Constitution. Then judicial power, electoral power, and other powers. Means we are going to talk about privileges there. Okay. Let's start with the legislative power, law-making power. UPSC will make a statement. Don't look at it. Just listen to my statement and tell me statement is true or false. The statement is, Parliament has exclusive power to make law on a matter mentioned in, on a subject mentioned in Union list as well as residuary power. Means statement is using the word exclusive power of Parliament with respect to Union list as well as residuary matters. Tell me the statement is true or false. Come on, in comments. Answer is true. Because residuary power means matter which are not mentioned in Union list, state list, concurrent list. I hope you remember I told you 7th schedule of Indian Constitution divide subjects on which law need to be made into 3 parts: union, state, concurrent. And those things which are not mentioned in any of them, we call them residuary power, residuary subjects. In case of residuary subjects, this power is with center, means union, means Parliament. Clear? Now, with regard to concurrent list, who is going to prevail? Means concurrent list, the third list. It means on this Parliament as well as state legislature can make law. But if both are making law, whose law will prevail? Union's law will prevail. Okay? This is the standard, you can say, legislative framework. But I must tell you the update. Supreme Court says, in such a condition when these two laws are in conflict because these were mentioned in concurrent list, we need not to continue this conflict and we need not to always say that union law is going to prevail. Ultimately, what is the objective? Objective is betterment of the people. So, Supreme Court nowadays is using this doctrine of harmonious construction. Harmonious. What does it mean? Harmony. Right? So, there should be harmony when these two laws are in conflict, means center and state law on matter in concurrent list. Harmony should be there. Now, how can we have harmony? So, Supreme Court construct this harmony. And how Supreme Court can construct this harmony? by actually specifically discussing those provisions in these laws which are in conflict. Then after this discussion, interpreting them in such a way so that this conflict can be resolved. So this is a harmonious construction. So Supreme Court is saying we should not align with this idea that always union law should prevail over state law in a matter of content list, but the standard practice is that. Okay, Supreme Court intervention can actually do this harmonious construction. I hope it is clear to you now. Now, apart from this, also remember, this is an important section. Means Parliament can also make law on a matter mentioned in state list. Yes. So it is like Parliament can make law in union list. Parliament can make a law on a matter in content list. Parliament is having exclusive power to make law in reservatory list. But state list was remaining. Parliament can make law on a subject matter which is mentioned in state list. So when can Parliament do that? So UPSC is going to give you 3-4 statements and ask you which of the following statements are correct. Okay. Please remember, when Rajya Sabha passes a resolution in this regard, this law is of national importance. And that is why Rajya Sabha is saying that I am allowing that Parliament should make law. Means now Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha should come together and make a law on a matter mentioned in state list. So this can happen. Second, proclamation of national emergency. National emergency is in place. In this case also happen. More than means 2 or more states, they come to Parliament. They say, sir, please make law on this matter. Now Parliament is saying this matter is mentioned in state list. Why you are coming to me? Then these states are saying, sir, we think you are more expert in this. So please make law on this matter, though this matter is mentioned state list. Now Parliament says, okay, check, we are going to make this law. So Parliament can make this law. Okay, but please remember, there's a special case here. The law made in the C condition is going to be applicable just on these states who made this joint request, not all states. Okay, whoever made the request, sir, this matter in state list, please make the law. Then this law is going to be applicable only on these states. Clear? Now, when necessary to give effort to international agreements, for example, in case of Bangladesh, we entered into a national agreement, consider water. It may be a state subject, but for this international agreement, Parliament can make law. I'm using the word can make law when it seems necessary. Although political ramifications are also taken into consideration while making such a law. But you should know, as per Constitution, this clause D is there. For international agreements, treaties, convention, it can happen, right? So state list is not immune, okay? When president rule is in place, then also Parliament can make law on a matter in state list. Clear? So these cases should be, in your mind. There can be a question. Apart from this, we are still discussing legislative powers of Parliament. With respect to ordinance, what is ordinance? I told you, Article 1, 2, 3, right? There's a bill and this Union Council of Ministers, they want this bill to be turned into an act. But as of now, recess is going on. Recess means session is not working, right? So it's like session is not there and you have to turn this bill into a law. So what Union Council of Ministers do? They brought this bill before Honorable President, sir, please declare it as an ordinance and you have to act on the aid and advice of us, Article 74. So now President would say, okay, I'm signing this and now this is an ordinance. You have issued this as an ordinance. Ordinance is like temporary law, but you cannot bypass Parliament because it is legislative power of Parliament. It needs to be approved by Parliament within 6 weeks after its reassembly. Recess was going on, but when Parliament is going to reassemble, then within 6 weeks you have to get this ordinance, this bill passed by Parliament. Ordinance becomes inoperative if it is not approved by Parliament, right? This is another legislative power of Parliament. Now, this word is quite used nowadays, delegated legislation. First understand what is delegated legislation. In case of delegated legislation, what Parliament do, they make a broad skeleton of law. A skeleton, just consider this. So you have these 8 blocks, 8 clauses. So consider this is a bill, okay? And in this bill, broad sections are mentioned, and within this section, this is not elaborated much, okay? So this bill is floated in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha and got passed, right? But what Parliament is doing, what Union government is doing in coordination with Parliament, they want the detailed work, means detailed filling within these sections of this law to be done by bureaucrats. by the executives, means by the departments. So actually in this case, what you found, the real work of filling these clauses, filling this law, elaborating this law is delegated to executive branch, bureaucracy. So this is called delegated legislation. Although when this bill is filled by the executive, then this bill need to be presented before Parliament as well for approval. Okay, but there's a criticism of this particular provision saying nowadays bureaucrats are becoming too much powerful even in lawmaking process. The Parliament makes law in a skeleton form and authorizes the executive, means bureaucrats, to make detailed rules and regulations. Detailed rules filling work would be done by bureaucrats within the framework of parent law. So parent law is broad skeleton within the framework. This is known as delegated legislation or even executive legislation or even subordinate legislation. Okay, subordinate, why subordinate word is used? You got delegated because responsibility was delegated. You got executive legislation because it is being done by executive filling work. Why subordinate? Because real duty of making law is with legislature. So now executive is doing that. That is why subordinate legislation. Such rules and regulations are placed before Parliament for examination as well. Now let's discuss executive power. First of all, you know that when it comes to Indian Parliament, we have an overlap. Means members of Indian Parliament are part of executive branch as well, right? Ministers, Prime Minister, right? So executive is responsible to Parliament for its policies and acts. Means Parliament keep a control over executive. Parliament exercise control over executive, and there are various tools, devices, which we discussed in devices part, 0 hour, question hour, half hour, right? 2.5 hour, motions, resolution. These ministers are collectively responsible to the Parliament and specifically responsible to Lok Sabha because they need to have majority support in Lok Sabha, right? As well as they are individually responsible. I told you about the censor motion which can be leveled against an individual minister, right? So it means you can ask question from a specific minister and minister has to answer you. Right? So in this way, legislature is keeping a control over executive policies. What you have done in the 6 months, what you have done for this section, right? Lok Sabha can also express lack of confidence in the government in following ways. Government, executive. Please remember, I'm using the word lack of confidence. I'm not using the word no confidence. Okay? So now, lack of confidence by not passing motion of thanks. I told you, when President comes to the House for speech, there are 2 occasions. First session every year, first session after new Lok Sabha is convened. Thereafter, this motion of thanks, if it is not passed, then it is a mark that this government is not having majority support in Lok Sabha, right? It shows lack of confidence. Rejecting money bill. Money bill is actually presented by a minister, right? It is a public bill. I told you. So now, if minister is presenting a bill and she, they are not actually able to pass this bill from Lok Sabha, what does it mean? It means you are not having majority support in Lok Sabha. Otherwise, you would have passed money bill. So this is also represents lack of confidence. By passing a censor motion, adjournment motion. Censor motion, I told you, against a particular minister, that you are not happy with your conduct, you have to answer this. Breach, there's a breach of privilege. Adjournment motion, when there's a matter of urgent importance, I discussed this when I discussed adjournment prorogue, right? Defeating the government on a vital issue, there's a discussion, after discussion, there's a resolution, and now the government itself, they're not having majority support. Now, so you would be thinking, sir, if a party is having majority in Lok Sabha and they're having government, why would they be defeated? It's like their own people not supporting them. My friends, it happened especially in cases of coalition government. I remember clearly in UPA 2 government, it means when Manmohan Singh ji was Prime Minister, there was an instance when his government was facing huge criticism and regional parties were actually, snatching away their support. So in these cases, this may happen. Bypassing cut motion. Cut motion, it happens during the budget process. I told you, economy cut, policy cut, token cut. Cut motion is like we are not happy with the amount which you have given for this particular purpose. We are not happy with the policy you have mentioned in the budget. So it means if cut motion is passed, it means your own people are not supporting you. So it shows lack of confidence. Okay. Financial power and functions. So we have discussed legislative power, executive power, now financial power. Now tell me, is it possible for union government to spend in any manner from consolidate government or consolidate fund of India without approval of Parliament? Is it possible? Is it possible you go to Modi ji and say, sir, I have this remarkable idea, and if you give me, say, 10,000 crore rupees, only 10,000 crore rupees, but within just 2 days, then I can transform, this particular area in India. Now, can Modi ji actually give you 10,000 rupees? Just sign something and give you 10,000 rupees? No. It's not in the hand of Modi, it's not in the hand of Prime Minister, because when it comes to spending from Constituent Fund of India, you need approval from Parliament, right? And that approval in the name of budget happens, right? No tax can be levied, collected, no expenditure can be done except by the approval of Parliament, okay? And the budget is placed before the Parliament for its approval. So don't you think it is financial power of Parliament that you need to get it approved? Otherwise, you cannot spend, right? The enactment of the budget by the Parliament legalizes the receipts and expenditure. You have to present that this much we have received, this much we are going to spend, then only it will be legalized. The Parliament also scrutinizes government spending and financial performance. One thing is giving approval. Even if you are given approval and now you are spending, Parliament is going to keep a check. You got approval to spend 10,000 crore rupees in these areas. Now give us the receipt. Give us the proof. Give us the utilization certificate that this much amount is actually spent in this manner. For that, we have our way, CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General of India. So audit is done, then this report is presented to President. President presents this report to Parliament. Within Parliament, this report is presented to PAC, Public Accounts Committee. Now, Public Accounts Committee in Parliament, they keep a check on the government whether you have done the expenditure as per the approval or not. Don't you think it's a good power? It is another matter of debate that whether this power is being used in effective manner or not. Now, they bring out the case of illegal, irregular, unauthorized, improper usage, extravagance. This is done through audit, and this audit report is presented to the Parliament. I told you. The parliamentary control over the executive and financial matter operates in two stages. One is approval, and second is post-budgetary control. Budgetary control controls before the appropriation grant. I'm talking about the budget process. And when you have given approval, after that, post-budgetary control means audit, control after appropriation through financial committees, for example, PAC. Okay. Now, budget is presented on the principle of annuality. What does this mean? Budget is being given approval for 1 year. Okay. You're getting permission to spend from Consolidate Fund for 1 year. And within that also, there will be a rule of lapse. For example, I've given you, say, 1 lakh crore rupees. And from 1 lakh crore rupees, this particular department, say health department, was given, say, 20,000 crore rupees. Now, end of financial year is near. And what we have found that this health department has just spent, say, 15,000 crore rupees. Now, 5,000 crore rupees are remaining and we are in February. So, just one month is remaining. So, rule of lapse says, whatever you actually spend till 31st March is going to be considered spent. Extra money, the surplus money will be considered lapse. This money will be coming back to Consolidated Fund of India. And that is why in the March, if any one of you have some parents, siblings, friends working in government department, then they will tell you about March rush. You don't get holidays in March, in general, because there's so much, work there. You have to finalize the, payments. You have to get all the files done, because there'll be lapse. Otherwise, there'll be lapse. There'll be questions also. You were given this much money for the betterment of the public, and you have not spent that money. So, rule of lapse. I hope it is clear to you now. It facilitates effective financial control of the Parliament as reserve funds, and Parliament can also means government cannot also build a reserve fund on its own. Anything which you are doing with the money, you have to get it approved with the Parliament. Okay. I think you must have heard this debate on PM CARES fund, right? Some people were saying, how can PM CARES fund be made as a reserve fund? You can actually read that in the respect of this provision. Some people are saying, how can this happen? So you should know that PM CARES fund is not a government fund. Okay, that is why you cannot say it facilitates effective. You cannot say it's a reserve fund of the government and you need express permission of Parliament. It's a separate fund. It is not a reserve fund of Government of India. Okay. Heavy rush of expenditure. I told you about March rush. So I think the financial parts are quite clear to you now, right? Clear? Now, constituent power. It means we are talking about amending power of constitution. Who can amend? Parliament. So Parliament can amend using three kind of majorities. One is simple majority. Example. Can you just give me example in which kind of amendment simple majority is used? Any one example in comments. Come on. Let's think, recollect. Purpose is not just to make you understand. Purpose is to make you master. And for mastering, you need to reconnect, reflect. Article 3, we talked about amending, right? We talked about changing the name, territories. For that, constitution need to be amended, but this amendment needs just simple majority. Article 3, Article 4, I told you about this in part 1 of Indian Constitution, right? Then special majority. And third case is special majority. Along with this, you need consent of at least half state legislatures. So can you just tell me, although I've explained this to you in amendment chapter, can you just tell me in which case the C kind of majority is used? Come on. Matter, for example, which are related to changing the federal structure. If you're making amendment in constitution in such a way which is going to hamper states as well, state powers as well. In this case, you need ratification from half the states as well. For example, for implementation of GST, I hope you remember 2017, that constitution amendment needed ratification from at least half states because you were taking away the indirect tax power of states. For example, excise duty, VAT, I hope you remember now, sales tax. Now, the constituent power of the parliament, not unlimited. So parliament is having power to amend constitution, but it is not like it can amend anything anyway, right? You have to adhere to the basic structure doctrine which was given by Supreme Court in case of Nand Bharti case. I hope it is clear to you now. Judicial power. So judicial power, what does it mean? Does it mean that parliament is working as a court? No. And we are talking about matters where parliament is having some judicial function, not necessarily a full-fledged judiciary. For example, in impeachment of president, a removal of vice president. So in these cases, conditions are discussed, why we are removing, then decision is taken. So that is why we are saying judicial function. Okay. Recommend removal of judges, Supreme Court, High Court, punish its members or outsiders for breach of privilege. So there also, it works as a, it is judicial function. Those who are thinking, sir, what is this breach of privilege? We are going to talk about breach of privilege. Just hold on for a bit. Electoral powers. I hope it is clear to you. Judicial in nature, it means removal, right? Or action on in case privilege is violated, contempt of house has happened. Okay. So two words you need to remember, removal or just contempt or breach of privilege. Clear? Now, electoral powers and functions. Yeah, parliamentarians actually take part in various elections as well. For example, president, vice president, Lok Sabha members come together and elect a speaker, right? Deputy speaker. Similarly, Rajya Sabha members, they actually elect deputy chairman of Rajya Sabha, right? So all of them, they come under electoral powers and functions. Clear? Apart from this, parliament is also authorized to make law to regulate these elections of president, vice president, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, state legislative assembly. And for this, you can consider these as an example. For example, Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Act 1952 means how we are going to have these presidential elections, because in our constitution, how president is going to be elected, what are the qualifications, these things are mentioned, but specifically how procedure is going to be followed. So this is mentioned in this act. Similarly, Representation of People Act 1950, Representation of People Act 1951, right? Other powers and functions. Other powers, for example, Parliament is the highest deliberative body of India, Indian democracy. Important national issues are discussed here, international issues are discussed here. Along with this, there are three types of emergencies which need to be approved by Parliament. For example, emergencies are national, state, financial. We discussed in emergency chapter as well, right? So apart from this, create or abolish legislative councils. For example, Uttar Pradesh, some states who say that we have large population and we need a second house at state legislature, means we need legislative council. So in this case, on this request of state legislative assembly, parliament may consider this request and establish legislative council. So this is also power of parliament to establish second legislative house at the level of state, right? Increase or decrease the area, alter Article 3 bataya tha aapko, we discussed this, right? To change the boundary, to carve out another state, for example, Uttarakhand carved out of Uttar Pradesh, right? Using Article 3. It can regulate the organization, jurisdiction of Supreme Court. It can also enhance the jurisdiction of Supreme Court. It can also declare that we are establishing new High Court, establish common High Court also, that this particular High Court is going to be considered as High Court of these two states, right? If new state is being carved out, there will be a new High Court for that. Such law can be made by Parliament. Ineffectiveness of parliamentary control. Now, this is a mains question. There can be a mains question. Discuss the reasons or provisions or practices which reflect that Indian Parliament is having this ineffectiveness or ineffectiveness is hovering over its functions. So this kind of language can be made. So you need to have some points, right, which shows ineffectiveness and what are the reasons. It is said that Parliament is not having time or expertise to actually understand the complexities which we are having in our administration. Our administration has increased in volumes. New challenges are coming up. New sectors are coming up. And our parliamentarians are not equipped enough to understand these sectors. For example, crypto. You know, a lot of hoopa hula is going around crypto. A bill is there in Parliament as of now. Many people are saying no cryptocurrency and this trading, NFT, all of these things should be allowed. They should need to be regulated. Some people are saying no, these can be threat to our economy. It can provide shock to our economy. They cannot be secure. So, do you think Bitcoin, cryptocurrency is a new concept? No, right? It's an old concept. Why I'm saying old? Because after the subprime crisis in the world, global financial crisis, GFC, which started from US, we saw this emergence of this Bitcoin. So, long time has been passed, but still we are not having a specific policy with regard to crypto, right? A lot of committees were made. Mr. Shaktikant Das, current RBI governor, I remember when he was Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs, he was also heading one committee who was apprehensive. Then there were some people within the administration who were quite positive. Then there are people still, there are some, you can say, some signals that the government is apprehensive. So it means our Parliament, new things are coming up and Parliament need to be ready for that, for these complexities. So there we can see that there's a gap. Parliament's financial control. When it comes to financial control, sometimes it is considered that our parliamentarians are not having specific knowledge of finances. They are like laymen, right? So there are some technicalities within financial administration which our parliamentarians are not equipped to discuss, to understand. So this is another challenge. They are doing crucial job, but they are not well aware of these technicalities. Legislative leadership lies with executive and plays significant role in formulating policies. Legislative leadership means in Lok Sabha, who is actually having majority? Government is having majority. So technically the executive union government is actually having majority say in Lok Sabha, right? So legislative leadership is with executive. Very size of parliament is too large and that is why unmanageable, ineffective. Majority support is enjoyed by executive and that is why whatever policies executive want, they actually make it happen. So the difference of opinion is not given that much advantage in our parliament. Financial committees, for example, we have Public Account Committee examines the public expenditure. But when it is already approved, means I told you the audit is done, then this audit report is presented before the committee. Thus they do not do the post-mortem work. Okay, when job is done, now we are seeing audit report where you have done something wrong. So in case of US, their CAG, Comptroller Auditor General, that CAG position is not just involved in audit, they are also involved in appropriation. So one idea is this, although there's a counter opinion that this thing is fine, means post-mortem work by PSC is fine, otherwise it would amount to unnecessary delay in approval of these expenses by Parliament. The growth of delegated legislation has reduced the role of Parliament. Delegated legislation, I told you, executive are having more say in detailing the laws. Lack of strong and steady opposition. From quite some time we are observing this. Opposition is necessary for democracy, but opposition is weak. Apart from this, there are behavior and ethics issues with our parliamentarians. I must tell you, you are living in some of the best time of Indian Parliament, right? You're blessed with that. I've seen that time of Parliament when parliamentarians were actually throwing chairs and mics, papers on each other. Such was the stage of Indian Parliament once. Now, position of Rajya Sabha in respect to Lok Sabha. So we can categorize this into three heads. There can be a pre and mains, both kind of questions from this particular subtopic. There are areas where Rajya Sabha is equal to Lok Sabha. There are areas where Rajya Sabha is unequal to Lok Sabha. It means Lok Sabha is having more power. But there are also some areas where Rajya Sabha is having special powers which are not with Lok Sabha. And you need to know all three cases. Clear? First, equal status. With respect to ordinary bills, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, this introduction and passage of ordinary bill, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha have equal say. Means they can be introduced in Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. Passage need to be approved in the same way, simple majority. Introduction and passage of finance bill class 2. Expenditure of the consulate fund. Why? I hope you remember. I told you finance bill class 1 can be introduced only in Lok Sabha. But in case of finance bill class 2, it can be introduced in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha as well. Right? Passage is also same as case of ordinary bill. So in this aspect, the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha are equal. Election and impeachment of the president, it can be initiated in the either house. Right? Removal of vice president, same. However, Rajya Sabha alone can initiate the removal of the vice president. So, in case of election removal of vice president, so Rajya Sabha is not, you can say, below Lok Sabha. But as you know that vice president is ex officio chairman of Rajya Sabha, that is why the proposal can only initiate in Rajya Sabha. Right? I told you, effective majority in Rajya Sabha, then it is passed, then it is presented to Lok Sabha. Right? I hope you remember. And then in Lok Sabha, it need to be passed by simple majority. Right? Making recommendations to the President for removal of the Chief Justice or Supreme Court judges. In that respect also, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha are equal. Approval of ordinances. It's not like just get it approved from Lok Sabha and job will be done. No, you need to be approved by Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, both. Approval proclamation of emergencies. I hope you remember National Emergency chapter. It need to be approved by Parliament within 30 days. I hope you remember within 1 month in case of national emergency. Right? I also told you when Lok Sabha is dissolved and national emergency has already been proclaimed, in that case, get it passed from Rajya Sabha. But when Lok Sabha is reconvened, then you need to pass from Lok Sabha. So it means both houses have say when it comes to approval of national emergency. Right? Selection of ministers, Prime Minister, means Prime Minister can be a member of Rajya Sabha as well. For example, Manmohan Singh ji, he was a member of Rajya Sabha. Under the constitution, the ministers, including Prime Minister, can be a member of any house. But please remember, whether you are a member of Rajya Sabha or Lok Sabha, if you are a minister, you are responsible to Lok Sabha only. When I say only, it means your position is secure till the point you have majority support in Lok Sabha. That is why I am using the word only. Clear? Consideration of the reports of the constitutional bodies like Finance Commission, UPSC, CSE, in that respect, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are equal. Prelims kind of question can also be made. This statement can be used. Please remember. Enlargement of jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, UPSC. In this case also, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha are equal. Now just attempt this question. I hope it is visible to you comfortably. If not, let me read it out for you. But you have to attempt. And I would highly appreciate when I say comment, you just, whenever you are watching this video, just mention comment. Okay. Now, Rajya Sabha alone can initiate the removal of Vice President by simple majority. Tell me the statement is true or false, because you have to tell correct. This is false. I've just told you. It can initiate in Rajya Sabha, but you need effective majority in Rajya Sabha, right? Resolution for removal of Vice President is to be agreed upon by the Lok Sabha by effective majority. Again, wrong. It need to be approved by Lok Sabha, but by simple majority. Just told you. So, effective majority in Rajya Sabha and simple majority in Lok Sabha. Because Vice President, ex officio chairman of Rajya Sabha. Right? So, there you need effective majority to get him removed or her removed. Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha has equal power over the election of Vice President. Correct? Vice President is the ex-officio chairman of Rajya Sabha. Correct. The Electoral College to elect a person to the office of Vice President consists of only or all the elected members of the House of Parliament. Tell me the statement is true or false. Answer is false. Why? Because in case of Vice President election, nominated members can also be included. Right? That is why answer is C, 3 and 4. I hope it is clear to you now. Now, unequal status, let's talk about. Equal status is clear. The cases in which Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha are equal, unequal status. In case of money bill can only be introduced in Lok Sabha, and also told you the cases. Then in respect of money bill, this Rajya Sabha cannot amend, cannot reject money bill. They can only recommend, and that recommendation is not mandatory in Lok Sabha. They can reject, they can accept, right? And for the maximum time, how much time Rajya Sabha can install a money bill? That is for 14 days. And if nothing has been done by Rajya Sabha for 14 days, it is deemed to have been passed and presented before President. So in this respect, Lok Sabha is considered superior, right? So finance bill not containing solely matters of Article 110. We are talking about finance bill class 1. I hope you remember. So in this case, it can be introduced only in Lok Sabha. So in this case also, it is unequal in case of, in comparison to Rajya Sabha. Now attempt this question. We discussed this in detail, right? When we were discussing bills. Consider the following statement regarding unequal status of Lok Sabha. I think it is visible to you comfortably. Right. The Speaker of Lok Sabha presides over the joint sitting of the both houses. You have to tell correct. Just tell me, is this correct or not? Yes, it is. Told you. Joint sitting presided by Speaker. The Lok Sabha with greater number wins the battle in joint sitting except when combined strength of the ruling party in the both houses is less than the opposite parties. Yes. We compare the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha who has numerical strength in comparison to both. So Lok Sabha is more in number, more members in number. So definitely they have advantage. But if ruling party is not having combined strength, if Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha and opposition members are more, then obviously they cannot have this advantage. Rajya Sabha can only discuss the budget but cannot vote on the demand for grants, which is the exclusive privilege of the Lok Sabha. It is correct. A resolution for the discontinuance of the national emergency can be passed only by the Lok Sabha, not by the Rajya Sabha. Yes, it is correct. We discussed this in the emergency chapter. If national emergency is imposed, so if it need to be removed, so a special session in Lok Sabha can be called upon. We discussed it, right? And if it is passed by Lok Sabha, then national emergency is gone. So it means answer is all of the above. D. Correct? Special powers of Rajya Sabha. Please remember, one is it authorizes Parliament to make law on a subject matter on state list. So as per Article 249, this article should be remembered. It keep on whenever there's an issue on federalism and there are some articles. This article is many times mentioned, so it will be imprinted in your mind on its own when you are going to practice also the questions. It can authorize the Parliament to create All India Service. As you know, there was debate that there should be IJS also, like IAS, IPS. There should be Indian Judicial Service. So how it can happen? Special powers with Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha can authorize the Parliament. Please remember, as per Article 312. Okay? All India Service. Except in financial matters and control over the Council of Ministers, the power and status of Rajya Sabha and with respect to Lok Sabha are broadly equal. But when it comes to financial matters, when it comes to control of Council of Ministers, Lok Sabha is superior than Rajya Sabha in these aspects for the practical reasons, right? So I hope this is quite clear to you now. Let's talk about parliamentary privileges. What is the meaning of privilege? Privilege means you are given some special, you can say, cover, right? And why special cover, special avenues are provided? So that you can function effectively, right? And same is the logic of parliamentary privileges. So parliamentary privileges are special rights, immunities, exemptions enjoyed by the two houses, their committees and their members. And that is why we divide privileges into two parts, collective privilege and individual privilege. Collective means these privileges, these special immunities are concerned with the house as a whole, and there are individual privileges as well. These are necessary in order to secure the independence and effectiveness in their function. If you're an MP from an area, you need to be provided with certain immunities, exemptions so that you can work without fear. Without these privileges, the House can neither maintain authority, dignity and honor. And that is why for discharging their duties, responsibilities, these parliamentary privileges become important. But you must be thinking, what are these? These are classified into two parts, collective and individual. Collective. For example, there are debates, discussion, reports which are being presented in the House. This is collective responsibility of the House, that House publishes these reports. And House can also obstruct you to publish these reports in public domain. So this is coming from Article 105. What does it mean? It means, consider, you are a reporter and there is a proceeding going on in the House and there was something which was discussed which was unbecoming. And Speaker said, no reporter should publish this report in public domain. Now, tell me, can you do that or not? So, interpretation of Article 105 says you cannot do that, since presiding officer said you that you cannot publish this outside. So, this was later clarified after 44th Amendment Act. 44th said, if you want to publish truth that actually happened in the Parliament and you have some proof, then you can do that. But you cannot do that if such proceeding was a secret proceeding, secret sitting of the House. You cannot publish report which was in secret sitting of the House. So consider you are a reporter and you met a member of Parliament and you were shaking hand with that member of Parliament and you slipped some microphone or some device in his some say pocket or something, and that member of Parliament was part of secret sitting. And now you took this microphone and you publish this audio or video on your channel for gaining TRP. So you may be getting a letter from Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Okay, because this was secret sitting. And you publishing it is against privilege of Parliament. So they will tell you this, you come to our Haveli, okay, and we'll tell you what is going to happen. You know, there can be actions against you. You may be imposed fine, and you may be also suggested that you may be lodged into jail for some time, right? Maybe 3 months or more. It can exclude stranger from its proceedings, hold secret sittings. Okay, you must be knowing that apart from members of Parliament, you as a student can also go to Parliament and actually witness these parliamentary proceedings. Yes, you can go there. How? Just go to your local MP or MLA if you want to go to Parliament. Obviously, your Lok Sabha MP. If you want to go to Lok Sabha, and you present your application that I am preparing for UPSC and I want to witness this parliamentary proceeding, please allow me to do so, and you just paste your IDs. Then your Lok Sabha MP is going to write a letter, sign it and send it to Lok Sabha Secretariat. Then Lok Sabha Secretariat is going to issue a pass to you on a specific day and you will be invited to be there. Okay, when you are going to enter, you have to give all your keys, mobile, pen, everything outside, and you can actually sit in the visitors lobby. Okay, so interesting, right? You can do that. But if Lok Sabha wants to exclude people from particular sitting, then they can exclude that no outsider will be allowed in visitors gallery. This can happen. This collective privilege of Parliament. It can make rules to regulate its own procedures, can make own rules, right? For effectively function. It has right to receive immediate information of arrest, detention, conviction. If you're a member of Parliament, okay, and you're arrested, so local police, whoever is arresting you, has to intimate the Lok Sabha Secretariat also. If you're a Rajya Sabha member, Rajya Sabha Secretariat also, right? It can institute inquiries and attendance of witness and send relevant paper record. If there's some proceedings are going on in the House, they can ask for inquiry and all the papers associated with that. Court are prohibited to actually proceedings of the House, to discuss the proceedings of the House. This proceedings of the House are the immune from the intervention of court. No person, either a member or outsider. Now, this is a catch. Consider you are not an MP, but you were a stranger and sitting in the Lok Sabha by the process I just told you. Now there is a civil case or criminal case against you. Can police actually come into the House and actually grab your collar and arrest you? No. You are in the House. In the House, actually nothing can happen. No arrest, nothing can happen without the permission of presiding officer. So no person, either a member or outsider, can be arrested. No legal process, civil or criminal, can be resolved within the House without the permission of presiding officer. Please remember, I am saying civil or criminal within the House. When you are in the House, When you are outside the house, anything can happen, my friend. Okay. Let's talk about individual privilege. Okay. Some people actually get confused with this provision. So, it is your individual privilege that you will not be arrested when session is going on. You will not be arrested 40 days in advance. You will not be arrested 40 days after the session in civil matters, not in criminal matters, right? Or preventive detention cases. So, this can be a factual provision-based prelims question. Please remember it. This protection individual privilege is available only in civil case. And those who are thinking, sir, just you told us the protection in civil and criminal. I told you that you will not be arrested, no legal process against you when within the house. Now you are outside the house, right? Clear? And why this 40 days after and during the session? Because it is considered, since you are representative of people and you should be given this time to be participate in the house, and before 40 days you need to get ready with the questions or prepare for the house, and after that you need to be among the people and tell them what happened in the house, right? That is why this limit is given. There is freedom of speech in the parliament as per Article 105. So whatever you said in parliament is not going to be questioned in any court. This is your individual privilege. Exempt from jury service. So this is the old practice. Okay, jury service. So what used to happen that there will be judge in a judiciary, and there will be some people, from the society who are considered respectful. They will also listen to the argument within the case. So that was jury service. But now in India we don't have jury service, so this provision is not applicable. Breach of privilege and contempt to the house. So you got to know the collective privilege and individual privilege. Privileges are fine, but what is going to happen if privileges are breached? When an individual or authority disregard, attack the privileges, the rights, or the immunities, either a member of the individually or collective, then breach of privilege will be considered. And House can initiate action. House can initiate action, right? They will send a letter of the fine or may actually give you some sentence as well. Any act or omission which obstruct the House of Parliament. For example, you are actually stopping a particular officer who is working in Parliament from doing his or her duty. You're obstructing a member of Parliament to participate in the housing proceedings. For example, there's a vote going to happen today on an important bill, and you actually kidnapped 2-3 MPs. So it is like you are obstructing. So kidnapping charge would be separate, but breach of privilege will also happen because you're stopping the functioning of the Parliament, right? If it is found that you were doing just to actually have some impact on the passage of the bill. So in this case, contempt of the House will happen. This will be considered as contempt of the House since you have obstructed the functioning of the House, and actions can be taken. Sovereignty of Indian Parliament. If I ask you, do you think Indian Parliament is sovereign? First of all, what is the meaning of sovereign? So it means you are supreme, right? So doctrine of sovereignty of Parliament is stated with British Parliament. In Britain, Parliament is supreme. Even Parliament decide what is considered as constitution, what is not considered as constitution, because they are having unwritten constitution. Some legal, documents collectively they are considered as constitution, and then such declaration is done by Parliament of Britain. So supreme power within the state. So supreme power means Great Britain lies. In this case, they have the sovereignty of Parliament. But in India, we don't have sovereignty of Parliament, right? In British case, there are no legal restrictions of the Parliament jurisdiction. But in India, we believe in constitutional supremacy, not supremacy of Parliament. So there are some legal restrictions on our Parliament. What are those legal restrictions? Number one, written nature of our Constitution. That is why I said Constitution is supreme. Federal system of the government. That is why our Parliament cannot function, on its own. Parliament cannot make any law which is mentioned in stateless unless the process which I discussed today is followed. Judicial review is also there. You make a law, but there is Supreme Court sitting there. Supreme Court say, okay, we are going to review. If it is against Constitution, it will be declared null and void. Fundamental rights. You cannot abridge fundamental rights, right? So it means these are the restrictions over Indian Parliament. So these are some subject matters which are mentioned in your Lakshmikant. Why I mentioned it here? You need not to cram that. Just open your Lakshmikant book and just go through them. That's it. These articles, these subjects, you are going to see in many articles in due course of time. You are going to see in many questions which you are going to practice. So important ones are going to be absorbed in your mind in any case. Now, the question, who said parliamentary system provides a daily as well as periodic assessment of the government? Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So it's like parliamentary system keeping a check over the government. So sometimes statement kind of questions are also asked. Which one of the following is the largest committee of Indian Parliament? This is a factual question, estimates committee. In the next lecture, we are going to discuss committees also, parliamentary committees. Don't worry. So there's 30 members there, we're going to discuss. Which of the following is not a tool of parliamentary control over public expenditure? Now, some questions are going to be understood using logic. That is why I'm using it here. Even if you have not read this, you can answer this. If you understand polity by logic, not just cramming. It is saying which of the following is not a tool of parliamentary control over public expenditure. Parliamentary control. Public Accounts Committee, CAG, Estimates Committee, Committee on Public Undertakings. Now, parliamentary control, direct parliamentary control is done by committees. Okay. Sometimes in questions, options are very close. Some people would think, oh, through CAG, there's a report and this report is taken into consideration by PSC and that's why we can say that parliamentary control of public expenditure. You are also correct. But my friend, sometimes the options are quite close. In that case, we need to check on the premises of which option is direct and which is indirect. So indirect will be considered, okay, this is wrong. So in this case, these are committees used to keep a check on public expenditure. But this is a separate body. So that is why B is the answer. It is not a tool directly in the hand of Parliament. Okay. So I hope this video helped you, and you are clear with these details which we discussed today. Now this PDF is going to be available in Shashank Tyagi for you Telegram group. If you have any doubt, you can shoot me a message on shashank.powerbeing. Hello and welcome everyone. I hope this message finds you fit and fine. We are in video number 41 in this Lakshmikant series contest, and today we need to talk about parliamentary forums. Generally, students take this topic lightly, saying there are some bold buttons with no real application in Indian polity. But the fact is, UPSC has asked questions in prelims from this area. We just need to give attention to certain nitty-gritties. That's it. Parliamentary forums, why they were created? Purpose was to sensitize our parliamentarians about some crucial issues, so that they can engage better within the parliament as well as they can work better when they are in their constituencies. First parliamentary forum was created in 2005 with the name Parliamentary Forum Water Conservation and Management. This fact also need to be remembered, okay? Because sometimes UPSC is asking one or two questions on these facts. There are 8 parliamentary forums listed in front of you on water and conservation, youth, children, population, public health, global warming, climate change, disaster management, arts and craft people, development goal. My advice is, when you're reading this chapter from Lakshmikant, don't just grasp what is written there. Try to link what other schemes which government has made, what other initiatives government is having in these areas, so that you can revise simultaneously. Okay. Objective is first to provide a platform to our members so that they can be sensitized, means they can have meaningful discussion, right, on speedy implementation of the processes which are already being made, so that they can be sensitized. For example, we are talking about Parliamentary Forum on Water Conservation. Everyone knows that water conservation is important for India. But do every parliamentarian is aware about the ground realities which exist in India? No, right? We cannot make policies sitting in AC rooms. We need to have idea what is happening on ground. You may be having nice idea, but when it comes to execution, there may be certain gaps. When you have parliamentary forums and you invite specialists from these areas, you will be able to know what are the gaps so that you can tweak your discussions in parliament accordingly, and right policies, right laws can be made. For this, data need to be collected. Data is collected from ministries, think tanks, within India, outside India, UN agencies, right? Another thing is parliamentary forums cannot encroach into the functioning of departmental standing committees. I told you in parliamentary committee chapter, importance of departmental committees, right? During the budget making process, these respective departmental committees are important, right? So consider you have a parliamentary forum on a specific topic, a specific issue, and we also have a departmental committee for this. You cannot say that now the work of departmental committee can be done by parliamentary forum. No, right? Composition. One question can be asked from here. That is why I would require your attention here. The Speaker of Lok Sabha is the ex officio president of all forums except is important, except the Parliamentary Forum on Population and Public Health. And who is the president of Parliamentary Forum of Population and Public Health? It is chairman of Rajya Sabha. In this particular forum, Lok Sabha Speaker acts as co-president. Please give attention. I'm not saying vice president, I'm saying co-president, because vice president is a different position. Deputy chairman of Rajya Sabha, deputy speaker of Lok Sabha, the concerned ministers, the chairman of departmental related standing committee are ex officio vice presidents in respective forums. Each forum consists of not more than 31 members, but please remember, excluding 3 positions: president, co-president, vice president. The duration is coterminous. Till the point you are a member of the House, you will remain part of this forum until and unless you give resignation to the chairman, or you can say president. If Lok Sabha Speaker is there, then you can give resignation to Lok Sabha Speaker. Now let's talk about functions step by step. First, function of Parliamentary Forum on Water Conservation and Management. Identifying the problem, making suggestion to government and organization. Please remember, we are not just discussing things, we are not just sensitizing parliamentarians. In Parliamentary Forum, we are also making suggestion to government and organizations to organize seminars, workshops, so that people can be sensitized to identify the ways of involving MPs in conservation. For example, you are a member of parliament from an area which is having, shortage or even scarcity of water, and you found that some people have invented, they have made some innovations on ground and they're working fine, but they need government support in this regard. You can bring up this issue in Parliamentary Forum so that other members of parliament can be sensitized. You may be provided with technical know-how by taking help from respective agencies, which Parliamentary Forum is going to arrange, so that your effective when you are working in your state constituency can be enhanced. To undertake such other related tasks which may be fit for this particular purpose. Then we have Parliamentary Forum for Youth. Youth represents potential, right? So this Parliamentary Forum is going to connect with youth leaders, invite them in Parliamentary Forums, understand their issues, keep a check what government is doing and what needs to be done. So this is for youth empowerment, encouraging activities for youth. At this point, you should question yourself. Do you know certain initiatives which our government is running specifically for youth empowerment? Parliamentary Forum on Children. Here you can see Mr. Kailash Satyarthi, Nobel laureate, founder of Bachpan Bachao Andolan. As I told you, experts are also invited. Now, can you just remember what government initiatives are there which are targeted for upliftment of children? Can you name few? As I told you, read this chapter by interlinking with what other initiatives government is having. Can you actually mention certain law with respect to children which was in news recently? There's a bill in Parliament, JJ Act Amendment Bill. So Juvenile Justice Act is in news. So what schemes do you remember? Come on. So since you are actually listening to this video, I will ask you, have a pen and paper and list down the government schemes right? You can pause the video and check from your notes, right? Now, enhance awareness and attention of parliamentarians on critical issues affecting children. You know that children are not voters, and that is why we need specific attention on children. Conducting workshops, seminar, orientation programs. Now, can you tell me the status of NCPCR, National Commission for Protection of Child Rights? statutory body, executive body, or constitutional body? Come on. Can you tell me what is CWC? Child Welfare Committee. How is it different from JJB, Juvenile Justice Board? What is this concept of foster care, which is in discussion in JJ Bill, which is there in JJ Act, but it is not in implementation in India? It's not written here, obviously. So I'm just giving you an opportunity to reflect. Whenever this topic is going to be asked, whether in question or in essay, you should have some ammunition in your mind, right? Interact with UN agencies like UNICEF, what they are doing, how we can be benefited from the initiative. Then undertake any other tasks which they seem important for this particular area. Then population and public health. Who is the president of this particular forum? Come on, in comments. I've just told you in the composition part. Is it Speaker or Rajya Sabha Chairman? I told you, Rajya Sabha Chairman. Strategies to stabilization of population. Now, at this point, you should connect. What points do you know when it comes to population stabilization? Do you know certain terms like TFR? What is the total fertility rate in India as of now? Do you know which state is on the higher side, which state is on the lower side? Can you name some government schemes for population stabilization? In UPSC, you should not prepare topics in silos like, oh, I'm reading Parliamentary Forum and I'm done, job done. No. When you have to use these topics, you need to have interlinkage, right? Web-based learning you should have. Better awareness of all sections on this particular topic, population stabilization, sensitize them. Means parliamentarians should know what is happening and what can be done. Other issues concerning public health, they also take help from multilateral agencies like WHO, United Nations Population Fund, academicians, and government agencies. Global warming and climate change, similar, identifying the problems, then coordinating with international bodies and spread awareness. 3 points, that's it. Parliamentary Forum on Disaster Management. At this point, can you tell me what is Sendai framework? SENDAI framework. UPSC use these kind of words and in a match the following kind of questions. What is Sendai framework? What are the salient features? Come on. And when you listen to this word, read this word disaster management, can you recall what initiatives, what agencies government have for disaster management? You have a dedicated topic, disaster management, right? What are the various facets of disaster management? Is disaster management only include when disaster is there and now the government response to that disaster? Should we call that disaster management, or disaster management also include some activities which we do so that we can increase our resilience when such circumstances occur? Connect like this. Identify the problems related to other management and making suggestions, what we have and what need to be done. Interact with specialists in this area, spread awareness. Parliamentary Forum on Artisans and Craftsmen. Now, can you tell me what is TRIFED? TRIFED. How successful is TRIFED? What government schemes you can recall which are for these craftsmen? Can you recall some government schemes? Come on. So what Parliamentary Forum is doing here is spreading awareness, attention of parliamentarians on these critical issues. Provide platform so that exchange of ideas can happen, views, experience, expertise, best practices. Some students take this craftsman part, art part lightly. Oh, these are, we can take up these issues, but these are not that important. But that's a mistake if you're thinking so. Because these issues need to be dealt because, so many people are dependent on it. And many of these craftsmen are actually, saving our heritage, certain art forms which are on the verge of extinction. So since you have to become part of bureaucracy, you need to be sensitized on these issues, importance of these issues. If you become district magistrate and you're not sensitized to the importance of supporting these people, then you may be creating loss to our society. That's why UPSC is saying connect with art and culture also. Parliamentary Forum on Millennium Development Goal. Now we have SDG. Purpose is that we should know what are our targets in SDG, what government agencies are doing, what need to be done. If we need to change certain laws, so parliamentarians need to be sensitized. So awareness need to be there, targets need to be enhanced, means targets need to be clear. And if means there should be step by step, watch where we are heading. Some of you might be thinking, is it really happening? The goal is this, and some things happen, some may not. But structures are important to actually make things happen, right? Now, attempt this question. Come on. Consider the following statement. Parliamentary Forum on Population and Public Health is first parliamentary forum. Statement is true or not? You have to tell correct. Is it correct or not? Come on. It is incorrect. I just told you, the first parliamentary forum was on water conservation, right? I hope you remember in 2005, told you. This is also wrong. I told you 2005. So answer is neither 1 and 2. Water conservation and management 2005, right? Now, Parliamentary Forum will not interfere with the jurisdiction of department-related standing committee of the ministry concerned. Second statement is the chairman of department-related standing committee are the ex officio vice chairman, vice presidents of the respective forums. Both statements are individually true. Second statement is correct explanation of statement 1. Both statements are individually true, but statement 2 is not the correct explanation of statement 1. Do you think this statement is explanation of the statement? No, right? These are two different statements, right? So answer would be B. Who was the speaker of the Lok Sabha when first parliamentary forum was constituted? Although this question is going to be rarely asked, I mean these kind of questions are not asked, but keeping with the trend, UPSC is asking 1-2 questions which are actually off the beat and factual kind of. So that's why you should know that it was Somnath Chatterjee. So I hope this small topic is clear to you now, right? And you are well aware of the nitty-gritties there and how you need to interlink with understanding in government schemes, right? So see you in the next video. Till then, keep learning, keep growing. This PDF is going to be available in the Shashank Tyagi For You Telegram group. And you can shoot me a message on my Insta, shashank.powerbeing. If you have any doubt, I'll be more than happy to help you out. See you.